Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. That is my grand wisdom. It is simple and straightforward. It is honest and hard to grasp. Or some shit. However that line from Overlord went. I forget, but it was a great line. Well, that's right. I also wanted to check something briefly. Very good. I just had to make sure it was, in fact, the correctamundo. What do you call it? Solid state drive. That is to say that my C drive and my OS was booting from the correct drive. Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. I enjoy that the sound from concentrated light is in fact quite similar to Chain Bolt, because Chain Bolt, it's got a banger of a sound. Okay. Let's also put this guy right in here. Snag that. Put that there. We'll put this one right there. I will put the normal bounce up there for the time being. Okay. I intend to use that rather soon. At least one of the orbit LARPas anyway. Let's see. Be a drilling shot. Or nah, we'll leave that on here for now. Yeah, maybe just one of the bounces actually. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's all good. Awesome. And this one... It's got most of the things that I need. Yeah, probably don't need this on here. Same goes for that and this. Yeah, that seems good. Put this orbit LARPA on there. Give this wand one more drilling shot, just really silly. That is more drilling shot than I've had in a very long time. Okay. Do I want the chain spell or no? Probably not. I will put the divide by 2 on here. Yeah, that seems fine. And we'll probably toss... Let's see, I did unmute myself. That's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Okay. There we go. Let's grab this fella. That's right. I just wanted to move this over a little bit. Yeah, that's right. It's coming back to me what I was wanting to do. Or what exactly I was trying to cook up with this one. Yeah. There we are. Okay. Excellent. Huh. I don't think I've ever tried Chain Spell on Summon Daikasova. That sounds like, honestly, kind of funny. I'll give that a go in a bit. Actually, yeah, why don't I just scooch everything that's on this wand over to the on that wand over to this one. It's got one more slot anyway. Perfecto. Lovely. I see. Oh, and there's that one. Okay. That's the one I wanted the Orbit LARPA on. Perfect. Thought that I put the Orbit LARPA up here. Clearly I forgot. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, we grab these. 1 and 2, and that's right, I needed another multicast of some variety to make this entire build work. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I guess I could do this. In theory. One and 2 and 3. Or 3. 1 and 2 and 3, and I would need one more projectile if I want to make that work. I could just do an extra chain, so let's see how that goes. Yeah, it works fine. It's extremely silly, but it works. I think I might go for a blood magic here. Yeah, seems fine to me. Okay. Let's make sure that still works. It does. Very good, very good. Nice. Okay. So that's the orbit larva there. Now I also wanted to maybe give it one, I could give it an extra speed up. I'll also need a slithering path when I find one. The accelerating shot does work how I hoped it would. Yeah. Because I want to be able to, I want to have enough room to be able to divide by. I'd like to divide by the critical unoiled enemies there. I guess I don't need the electric charge. Yeah, I can do without that. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Now I've got room for the slithering path. Yeah. There's that curiosity. How does it look with the with the heavy shot? I know it works fine still. I'll take it. Okay. What else do I have there? It's phasing. I'm not sure that I want phasing on this one. Okay. Scooch my way over here. Yeah, I don't think that one has anything I'm looking for right now. I could just like toss another critical unknown enemies on it, but I don't think that's the solution here. There's some divide bys. Yeah, except I don't know that I... No, this build is not done. It's not, no. Yeah, no, it's fine. Now the real question... Oh, hey there, old man Windbreaker. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for growing the Eldritch Squish power. And also, thank you for being a real viewer. I appreciate it. Right now, I'm just, figuring out exactly how I would like all of this stuff built. Yeah. I guess I can start out with the divide by 10, see how that goes. That's a good bit of recharge time, but that's not the worst. It's not the worst at all, actually. One luminous drill would probably remedy that. And I can just do that. Yeah, fine by me. Interesting. So no, divide by 10 is too much. And I guess we'll go for a divide by 4 for now. Go divide by 4, then divide by 3, I think should be fine. No, that's still too much cast delay. Only about 1 second of cast delay, so what am I fucking up here? Oh. I think I get it actually. I think I need a bigger multicast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, wait, yeah. So 1, 2. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3. So let's just think of this. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I could just do octuple. Just put the octuple there. Now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I get rid of this, Hey, Meatball. Hey, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yes, 5 does usually come after 4. That is true. Right now, I am counting to try to make this absurd abomination I am building work. I would like this, like, basically, this one is more of a, it's a bit of a proof of concept type thing for an extremely high orb Colmy. Yeah. I'm looking to get a damage number of about 20 or 30,000 at least. Yeah. For each time that I fire it. Yeah. And that's without considering the damage from my, you know, eat your vegetables, yes. So, 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, what I need to know is, well, actually, let's remove this, and it should work. God damn it! By order of magnitude, yes. And, I would like for it to have at least 4 zeros, ideally 5. Any more than that, and I think the game will hitch. Yeah. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Okay. What about this? Does this work? No, it doesn't seem so. 30 orb Colmy has like 20 to 30 digits of HP. Yes, I am familiar with scientific notation. Yes, and right now I'm not yet considering that because of the strain it would put on the engine. But what I basically am currently doing right just this moment is I want my damage wand to be energy orb based, and I would like it to deal slice, explosion, and drill damage. Yes. Exactly, rate of fire, precisely. And right now I am working on getting the build to work correctly. Like, I could look something up to make it work, but I don't really, I prefer not to, really. Yeah. Because really, I want the weapon to just, I think in order for this stuff to work. Hey there, Om Nom Nom, welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. Right now I am, well, first I'm filling up a flask briefly, and then after I fill up the flask, I plan to do. It's true. It's true. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, filling up a flask absolutely, like, it crushes the FPS. Um, it crushes it like, I don't know, something that can be crushed easily. Um, there we go. Better. Now, what I'm trying to do is I want to get rid of all of the castellet being added every time from all these explosive projectiles and the heavy shot and everything. And so basically, I just wanted to trigger with the chainsaw. But my problem is something is going wrong. And I don't know what. So we've got 1. I think that this should count as 2. 3. So actually, wait, maybe I need to actually think about this differently. 1. And then this needs 4 things. And it basically, it should seek out 4 projectiles, and all of them should be this. Or alternatively, I can do that. That doesn't make much of a difference, I don't think. 1, so it should seek 2 and 3 and 4. So alternatively, I could do this. Yeah. So it does that. Then wraps back around to here. So now it should just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And indeed, good night and good day. How are you doing right at this particular moment? Old man Windbreaker and Om Nom Nom friends. I'm actually doing rather quite well today. I discovered something lovely about my keyboard. As in my, like the... Oh, it does work. I just ran out of mana, like, legitimately, instantaneously. And it only works if I don't run out of mana. Oh, fuck. That's funny. Oh, not that keyboard. No. Sorry. For a second there, okay, I was about to specify what keyboard, like, initially. But then I just had, like, a brain fart, and my brain was just like, actually, no, there are no other keyboards except for the musical kind. No other keyboard exists. And so I didn't specify. I'm talking about the digital MIDI piano type of thing. Yes. And I figured out that my sustainer pedal has been plugged in wrong for the past several months, and that the sustainer pedal works better than I thought it did, which is nice. It's a much more rich and full sound than it initially was, and I'm very pleased. And I played the piano for like a good 20-30 minutes earlier today, and that was very pleasant. And I recorded the first MIDI thing I have, like MIDI keyboard thing. Clavier. Is that like a technical term of some variety that I don't know about? I feel like I've heard it before, but I don't remember what it is. I feel like I've only ever heard that as a brand. But yeah, I need to run a 2-minute ad real quick. I will be right back. Google image search for clavier returns. Interesting. I guess, yes, I suppose you are just right. So it's like a keyboard in French? Interesting. That's actually really fascinating. Huh. I had no idea. But yes, I need to run a 2-minute ad to get rid of the ads for the thing for 45 minutes. And then I'll be right back. Yeah. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. I'm just gonna drink concentrated mana. Hong. Nom nom nom. Very good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good. Yes, that does make sense. Keyboard of the musical kind is true. Mm-hmm. I had no idea that there was a pre-existing term for that. But, you know, it makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't there be? But definitely news to me. Oh, hi there, little fluff man. Oh, cute little kitty man. But yeah, I did quite a few things. I am proud of this. I'll get around to telling y'all what the things were, but I did many things and I feel proud. I'm gonna drink some water. Mm-hmm. And turns out that Schlifu is doing just fine. It's just that their work shift ended last time at an inconvenient hour. Indeed. But yes, I did a lot of things. So, with this build... Actually, wait. So, okay. I need more blood magic. But, or would I actually... Maybe I should just be absurd instead and build a god wand unlike any other. I should, because I've been meaning to do this, where I take a really good wand starting out, right? A rude entrance, it is true, that is true, definitely so. I agree that Schlifu had a really messed up entrance to the workforce. Um, frankly, I do not forgive their parent for doing that shit. And I probably won't ever, because the fuck. The fuck. Because it certainly shows that they, like, didn't even notice that their kid, like, had issues, like physical issues, or they noticed they didn't care. And I'm like, Jesus, man, that's some fuckery. That's not okay. I know, right? Yeah, because you can infer quite a lot. No. Is the stream about working? I can't tell. Give me a sec. Throbiel. Oh shit. Give me a sec. It's not working. I wonder why. Hey, stop it. I'm just gonna exit and reboot it. That generally fixes things. Not quite sure why it didn't work. I doubt it, but that would be funny, honestly. If the first no broke it. Oh, that's great. But yeah. I did a lot of things. So like, I had a very pleasant time playing the piano. That was lovely. I honestly haven't played the piano near as much as I wanted to play it lately. In no small part because, like, part of it's like a silly sunk cost fallacy where I'm just like, but I want to play on a real piano because I just find it so much like about 100 times more satisfying to play on like a real piano. But you know, I still think about playing the piano like every day, so I guess, you know, give it a sec. Yeah, there we go. It's booting up. It just took it a sec. But yeah, and I am pleased to. Let me see this first. Oh, come on. Why woof? Why you no work, huh? Why you no work? Give me a sec. Are you guys hearing it? And no, I can't have a grand piano at home. No. In fact, I can't even afford to have a upright. Basically, despite the fact that it would make me the happiest person in the world, right? And although I could fit a single upright piano in my hey there, Kieran, welcome on in. Glad to have you. Now, so Meatball, so my issue isn't actually to do with how it sounds, it's how it feels. Because a big part, like, believe it or not, I am a little bit tone deaf. Not straight up, but I don't hear tone very well. And the way that I make music is actually by the vibratory feeling of the sound. Right? Yeah. And trust me, I actually don't. Yeah. Yeah. So like the way I actually feel it, right? I should try the dialed GG sound in memory games. Interesting. I am aware, Meatball, but your brain processes that shit. Well, but I'm not here to talk about, right? I will talk about the differences between piano and keyboard another time. Because there's a lot to say about it. I don't feel like saying it. Right now I'm trying to fix the streamer bot. Spam sounds. Give me some awoos. Because can you guys hear the awoos? Because if you guys can hear it, that tells me. Do you hear any of that, Meatball? So no, I take it. Oh, I see. So it's saying it's not connected? What the fuck? What do you mean? I'm gonna try rebooting one more time. They gotta laugh at you. I'm glad. Because yeah, the thing is, like, it usually connects just fine. I'm just like, why you don't connect? Why you don't connect, stupid machine? Oh god. Oh yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, the fair. Yeah. Is this because I updated StreamAbot? You fucker. Okay, so it's still connected to 0 out of 0. Why? Why are you saying connected to 0 out of 0? You absolute son of a bitch. Stream apps, maybe. No, that's not it. Settings. Let's see. General settings, mayhaps. Okay. No, that's not. That ain't it. That also ain't it. Let me see here. Platforms, thank you. I've gotten it to now be spinning. It's now loading. Making progress. Making progress. I think I may have figured out what the issue was. There we go. And it's all working again.
Yes. Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space.
Go to space.
Let's go under the sea.
Okay.
Oh, that's special.
Nice. Yes, because one of my other plans, possibly for today, is to learn for whatever reason. I'll tell you what the issue was. They basically just logged me out from things. I don't really get why. Spaceship. It's true. Spaceship. It's true. Yep, from Lego Movie. That was a good movie, by the way. I did not expect it to be as good of a movie as it was. But it was. It was a good movie. I liked it. You know, I don't exactly feel like building this wand out right just this moment. I'm gonna do it later. Okay. In fact, I don't really feel like sitting around. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm just gonna pack stuff up, and hop to it. Not to be confused with Hawk Tour. These are quite different. What a stupid fucking joke. Oh god. Okay. So we got that. Move that guy there. Now, well, where should I put that one? I don't fucking know. Yeah, no, it's going into the bin with all the other storage wants, frankly. I don't care. Fine by me. And then this one, same with this guy, I suppose. Move this one. Move this. Move that. Move this. There we are. Flip-flop these. That's what I meant to flip-flop. There we go. And now you can go into the storage bin. Now this guy... Also, I did figure out something really quite interesting the other day. I figured out that one of the most potent possible things you can do with, I got this. With freezing, no, not with infestation, is remove bounce with explosive projectile. It's a gigantic force multiplier, like incomprehensible. Yes, I do. I stand by that. Yes, I stand by that statement. You have upwards of 10k in the first three. It's incredible. I'm impressed. $400 in Stalker 2 and still terrified. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's some Dead Space vibes to me. That's what that sounds like.
Who wants to play video games?
Hey there, Schleefu. We were just talking about you. All good things. Well, except, you know, the certain people responsible for you having to work in the first place, you know. But yes. How are you doing, Schleefu? I'm glad to see you. I hope you're doing alright. To be fair, Meatball, Dead Space was still scary, despite the jump scare, like, and they only ever reused the jump scare like once each time, right? The first Dead Space, I speak nothing of the other games, because frankly, they weren't as good. They were not as good. They were aight, but they were not as good. Not nearly as good. Wait, oh, Dead Space, I see. And yeah, they were very good, yeah. And also, yeah, the Grog monster noises were very scary. By the way, if none of you guys have read, okay, there's a 0% chance you guys have read the book I'm about to talk about, but, you know, I still want to recommend it anyway. In the 100% chance that you guys have not read the book known as, I believe it is Dead Space Martyr, it's actually a very good book. I did not expect how good of a book it would be. But it was a really nice, it was a really incredibly pleasant, good read. I did not see that one coming. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was expecting it to be mediocre. In fact, I went into it with a distinct bias against it, and I was very wrong. It turned out to be kind of great. Yeah, it was pretty cracked actually. It's a really good book. Yeah, I did not see that one coming. But yeah, how are you doing, Shifu? You're not doing great? In a lot of pain, you're very exhausted, but at least this will be your final week of working there. I mean, that is very good that it's your final week of working there. Because, you know, that place, frankly, it has been nothing but awful to you, and I am happy to see you not be there anymore. Because, yeah, that shit is trash. It's trash, I say. So I am very glad that you will not be doing it any longer. Yeah, I mean, it's a good read. I did not see it coming. How good! And by the way, also the Halo books, in particular, um, like they're real page turners. That the Halo books, the Halo franchise, yeah. And I'm doing pretty well actually. Let's see. Planets on fire. It's true. It's true. Planets on fire. Do, 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 what fucking song is that? I have no idea. No, it's on. I feel like that was some bizarre rendition of the Sesame Street theme. But yeah, I'm doing actually pretty well today. Um, I got to play the piano earlier. I did hit the notes though. It's true. Which is why I'm not totally tone deaf at all. Like it just I have like some level of tone impairment of some variety, and most of the way that I direct what the correct notes of a thing are by feel rather than sound. Like it was in tune. Ho ho, ho ho. Yeah. Because mind you, like I couldn't be a musician of any sort if I didn't have a good enough feel for these sorts of things, right? Um, that's not entirely true, but don't get me started on that one. I could yap about it extensively, and I might do that a bit later, but just not right this moment. I am cleaning up this wand mess, and I would like to finish doing that. And once I've done that, then I will be free. I will be free. I will finally be free. But yeah. Mute me for a couple minutes. You will be taking a tone deafness. That makes sense? Well, good luck. I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing your results. But yes. Let's see. How am I doing? I am doing pretty well in a lot of respects. For whatever reason, I'm just relatively happy today. That doesn't happen that often. I'm usually more medium. But yeah, no, I'm doing pretty solid, feeling kind of happy. Let's see, how else am I feeling? I would say just generally pretty good. And no. This one, there we go. I see. And now I wanted to put this wand in the one category because it is not yet done. Wait, did I? Oh shit, I built two of these. How odd. Huh. That is weird. I don't even know if that it will work, but you know, I'll figure it out later. But yeah, let me see. I'm. Wait a minute. How long ago did I finish eating my food? Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. There we go. I set timer. I did a bit of cleaning. I played the piano. And I'm still very happy about having played the piano. I know I've said that quite a few times now, but I really am quite happy that I played the piano. Oh shit. What's this? Oh shit. Oh shit, someone did. Oh gosh. Somebody donated on Ko-Fi? Oh fuck. That's amazing. What is this? How much? Let me find out. Let me find out. Whoever it was, thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Wait, that's right. I'm not logged in on the computer. I'm logged in on the other thing. I need to find out. I'm gonna find out. But whoever it was, I deeply appreciate it. Every bit of support means the world. And I'm gonna find the thing. You got your paycheck a couple days ago. Fuck yeah. That's fantastic. Was it a good paycheck? I know it's not going to be worth your suffering, but was it a balm upon your soul, the amount of money? Because usually whenever I get a paycheck, right, like I remember back when I used to take photos of people's weddings, whenever the money would come in, I remember it would genuinely be like a balm upon my soul. I would feel, I'd be like, ah, yes. My pain and suffering and labor earned this. And I would feel quite satisfied. And it would reduce the amount I was suffering in that moment. But it wouldn't last very long. But it was a pleasant feeling. Oh shit, that is... The moss sends its regard. That's so good. Thank you so much, C, for the $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It makes a world of difference. Okay. Need to also press buttons. Buttons and buttons and buttons and buttons. Sometimes you gotta press a bunch of buttons. Do do do. Do do do. The paycheck itself is very mad, but since you're still living with your parents, you don't have to spend half of it on rent or something. So in practice, it is pretty damn good. I mean, that is pretty darn good, actually. Yeah, that is nice. And there we go. I've also been, in the past few days, I've been looking into whether, like, what would be more, like, what would be the most money efficient, not worth the pain. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Because, yeah, like, the price of my suffering personally, right? In terms of, like, so, whenever I would take, like, wedding photos for somebody, I would generally be bedridden with pain for, like, 4 or 5 days. At least, and usually I had pain for another, like, 8 or 9. On top of that, so really we're talking about over 2 weeks of suffering. So, like, yeah, that was a whole thing. And I remember that, like, the price of my suffering was generally about $1,000 over that period of time. So let me do math. Let me math this up real quick. Let's figure out the price of my suffering per day. Why? Because it's funny. Why do I think it's funny? I'm not actually sure, but it's kind of hilarious to me. Let's go this. Yes, it is $85 a day of suffering. That is to say, my pain and suffering is worth to me at least $85 a day. God, that's kind of funny. That's fucked up. I think it's really funny. Yeah. Let's see. Page up, but not yet. I see. Because, yeah, it's always one of those things, right? Like, figuring out, like, what the correct, like, what a nice balance of that sort always is, right? It's not an easy thing to do. Because, like, obviously, there's not just the fact that you're, like, legit suffering, it's also that, like, there is this abstract quality about pain, right? Brutal and not surprising, though, and I agree, right? Hey there, Meatball. I just did some quick math. I figured out... I would love to hear what you... Actually, no, you tell me what you have to say first, and then I will tell you what I have, what we were doing. You will post a link on my Discord. Okay, I will take a look. So guess what? I did math, and I figured out how much my pain and suffering is worth per day. And it is that based on, like, when I used to take wedding photos. So when I used to take wedding photos, I would be laid up in bed for at least 2 weeks afterwards. So, basically I did the math on it, and the amount of money that my wedding photos, like, was worth, like, basically, $85 a day is what my pain and suffering is worth. Right? I'm willing to suffer a whole bunch if the payout is $85 a day per suffering unit. Don't get I would love to talk about the suffering units, but that's me. To me, exactly. To me. Yeah, exactly. And frankly, I feel as though I'm probably more willing to suffer than some people. Right. Yeah. That shit is funny. That's right, we're looking at Discord. And I also don't know why I find it so funny, but I definitely do. There's something about it that is like perversely hilarious. I'm just smiling a big smile. Fucking ridiculous shit. Oh, and I agree. I like that sugar goat. I wonder what a sugar goat would be. I understand you're saying sugar coat, but what would a sugar goat be? I wonder. The goat of sugar, or mayhaps type of creature you think? Is a sugar goat tasty? Maybe, possibly. However, I will say this though: the price of my suffering has gone up over the years. Right. So, in no small part because of the fact that, like, cost of living and whatnot, and just other factors. Suffering these days for me is worth a lot more, right? I would need to charge more. I take it you're talking about scapegoat, or or was it sugar goat? Fucking fingers, because I'm actually not sure what it is this time. Space Goat is very interesting, though. Scapegoat, yeah. It's done so gently, so they don't really mind it. I can understand what you mean, yeah. 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 Makes sense. But also, man, that was some funny typo shit. That was
Yes.
pretty good. Pretty high tier. A sure goat is a goat with a very severe diabetes, which makes their milk sweet. Best misinformation you're gonna spread from now on. I love this so much, Schleifu. That is so good. 10 out of 10. Now that is just beautiful. That is art, is what that is. It really is fantastic, isn't it? God, I love that. That's superb, really. That is just awesome. But yeah, so these days I'm not near as willing to suffer for money, mostly because the price of my suffering is it's more expensive than it used to be. I mean, mind you, of course, it's not as though like I really have an option to suffer for money like I used to, because like taking wedding photos used to be an option, but as people like as people became more like increasingly poor in the U.S., fewer and fewer people like opted to get wedding photos professionally done, and they just tend to have like rather shitty photos for their wedding. And you know that's just how it was, is, continues to be. Yeah, and that's the situation currently. Is that I would say it's entirely non-viable these days to be a wedding photographer, really. Either professionally or really as an amateur. It's not really a viable profession any longer. It's kind of unfortunate, and because now like your only clientele are the like super duper wealthy. But yeah, that's okay. I have long since made peace with that shit. Yeah. That for me, that's just like some old ass news. And that goes there. You like... Come on. Two poltergeists and a pseudo dog. What? What? That's so silly. That's right, I was looking at Discord. I keep forgetting. Ah, I see. And memes, maybe? Ooh, cute little kitties. Ooh, this is Quark. Quark is an adorable little guy. I love him. They are so cute. What a good little man. What a good little fluffer. And Sparky. You like your explanation, but it has merit. Deserves to be given a chance. Two poltergeists and a pseudo dog. That's pretty good. I like it. Space Goat is so good. It's so good. Where is the link exactly? Links. I see. There it is. We recommend, you know what? Because I need to use the bathroom, right? And all that. I think what I'll do, I'll take the tone deafness test as I go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. So I will see you all in about three minutes as I run ad, and I will be back. So I will see you all in a very short little jiff. Oh, who's a good little... The kitty is so sleepy. He's stretching. He's such a sweet, nice man. It's a long test. It's going to take me 5 or more minutes. Oh. Well, okay. I will run the ad and come back while I do the latter half of the test. I see. Okay. There we are. Okay. Ah. Oof. I did not finish taking the test as predicted. I'm actually still stuck on the words. Very funny. Go. Now, where did I put the thing? Where did you run off to? Some of the time, it tells you. There it is. I found the thing. Let's see. Hit the right notes when I sing along. Rarely. Music makes me dance, yes, very often. I can tell when people sing out of tune, sometimes. I'm place. I'm wearing headphones, yes. I will hear 3 tones. We'll ask you which one was the quietest or softest. So the third one, sure. First. Play some sounds. Some sounds will go up and sometimes they will go down. Okay. I get it now. Okay. Yeah, this is fucky. Test is gonna get harder. Oh god. Some tones will be so close together that you might not hear them change direction at all. But they will never stay the same. They will always go up or down. Okay. Oh, Shlifu's adding a sound effect. Oh shit. That's awesome. Okay, let's see. Son of a bitch. Damn, I'm getting these pretty consistently wrong. I got that one right, though. Fuck. I'm nearly done. Hey, hey. God damn. That was a hell of a thing. was I when I began my music lessons? Ah, shit. How old is a person in first grade? Like 9? 8, 9, something like that. Wait, how many years was that actually? It was 4th grade actually. Oh, fuck, I don't care. How did my musical skill compare to my peers? I was a little bit better. On average, how much time did I spend listening to music or watching videos that included music? On an average day, do I spend? Okay. Sure, let's call it an hour or two. Making music. I mean, this is on an average day. Including humming, 6 to 10. Yeah. Okay. 5 to 6. Yeah. What the fuck? It actually turns out that I'm pretty sure my initial me getting that wrong was actually the right answer because I think that I actually started music in 4th grade, so it works out. That's funny. That's hilarious actually. Cause yeah, if you guys didn't know, I also play the trumpet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. At least I used to anyway. A scene such as a sunrise or the appearance of a familiar person plays to an extent to visualize as vividly as if do I have yes I have disabilities. I have quite a few. Why well, what if I don't want to tell you my fucking disabilities? I'll go ahead and tell them, but because I like research. Ehlers Danlos syndrome, hyper mobility. Ooh, indeed. Hey there, Coitus. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. I am finishing a thing. I have mobility type, and then also want that chronic pain so that they know that as well. And let's see. That's good enough for me. Highest level of education. I completed my undergrad degree, but I guess you could say some grad school. And let me see. I'm extremely white, so that's what I put. Am I Hispanic? No. Household income under $10,000. Participate in follow-up study. I mean, I guess, mate. I don't know. If they give me money, yes. I did better than 16% of people. That's awful. That's truly heinously bad. Yeah, I will. Give me a sec. And I will do just that. Yeah, like, this is truly terrible. Because like I was saying to y'all, like, my, most of how I do music is by the feel of it. I can tell what the right answer is by feeling the music itself, right? The vibrations. Which is why I like the brass instrument, the trumpet that I played, right? Which is why I like a lot of stringed instruments. It's why I like the piano, because I can actually I can feel what the right answer is, right? I can feel what the right note is, and all that, right? I don't need to bother with the hearing. Um, yeah. Like, yeah, this is astonishingly bad, actually. Like, that's astonishingly terrible. Yeah, you are incomparably better than me, Meatball. Incomparably better. Contrive, not artif. What are you talking about? I did use headphones, yes. In my better ear, no less. Very good. I am extreme. I am like you have no idea. Like Meatball, I am in peak condition. I am in peak condition, right? I feeling great today. I am not fatigued. I got more than enough rest. I don't think I would score much better. Like sincerely. Like, do I think maybe I could have answered like one or two of the questions a little faster? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Like, I'm not actually like given that right. What mean? I get it. I get that. I know what you mean, right? But like I was saying, I am somewhat tone deaf. It's kind of just a fact, right? I I have trouble like pitch matching, like a lot of trouble, like a lot of trouble. Yeah, differente. It's true. It's true. Differente. It's a fact. But yeah, most of the again, my musical understanding and organization is via music theory combined with for you, yeah, and that's fair, right? And for me, right, like I think that like you have to test, you still think you're stone deaf. Interessant. Interessant. That's right. I remember what I was gonna do. I was going to have 3/4 of an hour. Do I want a little more, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. You're so good was bullshit. That's funny. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised at how poorly I did, actually. I didn't think it'd be that bad. Like, legit. I didn't think it'd be that bad. Apparently it is. Not that surprised, but it is a little like, wow. Because, like, for me, like, something I practiced since I was real little, right, was, hell no. You need to pay me to do that. If it didn't have so many irritating questions at the start, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It is true, you did buy me an entire monitor. That is true. I'll think about it. It's true, that's not a valid argument, but I'll think about it. Yeah. That's true. No attachment gifts you, and I appreciate that. Because, yeah, I mean, I, like, yeah, it's understandable. No. Poor Sleefu. I'm so glad you don't have to work after this next week, because, man, I can tell it takes a lot out of you. Gotta work early? What the fuck? I hate it. Yeah, I can understand why you hate it. Like, that sucks, man. That's terrible. I say. That's terrible. Truly a crime against Shlifu and Moss. And really the rest of us, because, you know, it deprives us of time with Shlifu. That's terrible. How could they? But yeah. We'll miss ya. 4:30 a.m. That's far too early. Yeah, that's far earlier than I feel like most people want to be waking up, really. I don't feel like most people want to be waking up nearly that early. Okay. Let's also scooch some things from this wand. It does not sound very fun, yeah. You have my sincerest condolences. Because, yeah, fuck that shit, man. That's awful. But on the bright side, it will be over soon. Just one more week. Just one more week. You got this, man. You got this. And I'm glad that the amount of money is a slight balm upon your soul. Because indeed, frankly, that's one of the only consolations in my eyes about work is that the number go up. Yeah. Yeah. Number go up. Oh, gosh. Let's do this, this, and that. And this. Actually, no. This. Indeed, I certainly shall.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about things and stuff. I had a nice day so far. I think my day will continue to go nice, and it will be good. Okay. And now we are finishing up this task, and we are about ready to get zooming. And we're gonna zoom. Okay. Firstly, we're going to move everything from this one over to this one. Man, what a wacky ass one. Like, that recharge time renders this one terrible. Like, it's not unusable if I were in a pinch, but I am not in a pinch. I don't need this awful wand. So why is it like this? Some of the time, the wand stat generation is very peculiar. I find it really quite odd at times. Grab this, that, this guy, this one. You know, I don't think I need any more bubble sparks. Okay. Snag these fellers. Circle of transmog, that's good. Okay. Snag these fellas. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I don't really need these other things. Yeah. Now, for giggles, I'm going to cast this wand real fast. Wait a minute. What? You can't be serious. Why is it the bubble spark would trigger? For whatever reason, the tentacle is willing to fire specifically from a bubble spark. Oh my god, what? 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 I thought that only worked with a timer. It's supposed to only work with timers. Do I need to modify the fucking tentacle, like, wiki entry, it seems? God damn it. I cannot believe this. Oh, for goodness sake. Every time. Okay. Let's put these guys here, this guy here. Let's see if it still works out of this one. Yes, it does. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So it works consistently. That's fucking weird, man. I really don't quite know what to make of that. Does that mean the bubble spark with trigger is more like a timer? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Or is it only that it goes off on expiration? Ah, shit, I don't know. Okay. We've also got this one, which this one I do believe needs, yes, a chainsaw. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Will this fire off correctly? Sorta. Not exactly, but sorta. I clearly need some blood magic. Blood magic is the solution. And we will be going down into hell to go fetch some more of that. In just a minute. Okay. Snag this. Snag this. Grab this. Now, is this one done? I think it's done, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And now, let's see, where exactly am I in this parallel world? I think it might be faster to simply zip on over to the next one. Yeah, most likely. Good stuff. Well, let's briefly eat some slime. And that way, we can have our satiation meter filled up. But yeah, I did lots of things. What else did I do? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, well, later today, I'm considering playing either Caves of Cud, or I'm also thinking about looking into how to use the Mix It Up streaming software. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. And, it depends on what I'll have energy for. I will do whichever one I got the energy for. And it will be fun. I will have a good time either way. I see you enjoy that one. I'm glad. I did not yet give Caves of Cud a first go through. Hey there, Script. Welcome on in. Glad to have you. But I plan to do so pretty soon. Either today on stream or maybe later. I'm not sure. You'll go to sleep in 2 hours if you don't see first time. Caves of cut, you'll be sad. Well, in that case, I will. That answers that question, honestly. I will probably just. I will probably just do something else then. I certainly wouldn't want you to be sad. But how you doing, Script? I hope you're doing well. Because I'm certainly having a peachy keen and dandy day today. No. 07. D. That's funny. Almost to the cursed rock. Very good. Okay. Very good. Very good. It's neat. I often forget that the cursed rock makes you bleed. Because I know you take damage. But forget that it makes you bleed too, which is interesting. Now let's see. So this is lava. Oh. This is volcanic lake, and that's there. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to find the other corner here. I will if I feel like it, but I probably won't feel like it, knowing that you'd be sad about it. I know, right? The FPS is improved. Isn't it exciting? Yeah, like, I'm pretty happy about it. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Script. It was so much, so incredibly much work to make that happen. Like, making that happen genuinely represents, like, days and days of work. If not, like weeks. But yeah, it was a whole thing. But yeah, right now I am, hold on. Right now I am, let's see, how far away from that? Yeah, I think, right now I'm only, a little over $100, $170, I think, off from, no, 140, 170, how much is it exactly? I forget. Off from the goal for getting a new motherboard, CPU, RAM combo, which is exciting. Not quite there yet, but we're getting there. It's exciting. And let's see. So I don't think... So if I go... It's true, one step at a time. Yeah. Now, I've also been looking into various used motherboard, CPU, RAM combos as well. From like random ass people. And I was wondering if you guys had any thoughts and or recommendations about something that would be a good stepping stone from the DDR3 capable but nothing above DDR3 RAM setup, right? Because I've seen a lot of i7 Dell Optiplex type things sitting around. I'm just not quite they seem to be all right. I just don't know how good they are, right? But they're definitely in a price range I can afford. Because I know there've been a lot of Optiplex models, right, over the years, but I don't know that much about them. Yeah. I don't know how suitable the motherboard would be as a general concept either. Goddamn, that's a sizable ass explosion. Oh, goddamn. Wow. Yeah, that is this is a really nasty wand that I built. Like look at this. You see this shit? You see all those plasma beams? Like, let me just fire it off one more time so you fully understand the utter insanity of this wand. I click it once, and it does that. It's just like, oh, were those plasma beams not enough to just utterly, you know, tear you to ribbons? How about the explosion, too? I love this build, actually. It's, like, really good. It's not complicated, either. Fun. Okay. Where? Let me just use spatial awareness. Where the fuck is hell? I'm trying to find it. Not having much luck. I see. That way. Okay. Let's instead, let's take a very different approach here. Let's try and just find the biome above here. Okay. Oh. I'm glad I decided to do that, because that tells me we are in a very different spot than I thought we were. And that would have been a profound waste of time. Yep. I need to go probably up and to the right and be fastest here for a bit. Yep. Here we are. Okay. Okay, spatial awareness, what do you gotta say? So, now, if I were to go down and to the right, I should arrive there. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. I also looked into the possible feasibility also of just making a much smaller purchase to increase the RAM of the rig. Because I only have 8 gigs, right? And theoretically, it might well be possible to, for like 20 or 30 bucks-ish, to increase the RAM capacity. Well, the false sense of safety on longer runs. Yeah. True. You just died to poly in a one-shot. That's rough. That is rough. Oh god, that is so rough. I mean, something that can help a lot is a whole bunch of stacks of the repelling cape. So Because there is a number of stacks you can get where you just can no longer get stained with anything. Right? And there's a way to basically, I think that if you use something like cessation, it will, and if you have a stain on you when this happens, of course, a 3-hour run. Here we go again. But yeah, if you have something, if you use cessation, I'm pretty sure that'll get rid of the stain on you when it reconstructs you. Yeah. Yeah. But on the flip side, if you get the right number of stacks of repelling cape, and you have an ambrosia stain on you, I do believe that you will just keep the ambrosia stain indefinitely. You know, that can be good. That can be very good. Yeah. It's not exactly going to work that well on this run for me because I'm basically I'm doing 3 different things. One, I am exactly 1 repelling cape short. I'm pretty sure of how many repelling capes I need to be totally impossible to get stained with anything. And the reason for that is partially so that I have an easier time getting yeah, I can check for you. Give me a sec. Repelling cape. I have 3. Yeah. So that means that it's probably 4 when you can no longer get stained. It's a lot less than you would think. It's a lot less than you would think. And it's a gigantic change. Right? Like, just no longer being... First off, you need to keep in mind. That means blood, berserkium, don't do anything anymore. Right? They just can't... They won't benefit you. Concentrated mana, you can't get stained with it anymore. The only way you can get its benefits are by drinking it. So this also, like, so it turns a lot of things that you can use efficiently by getting stained with it, right, into something you can no longer use efficiently because you must drink it. It also means that things that ordinarily only work via getting stained don't work anymore. Yeah, just something to keep in mind. Because there are both benefits and drawbacks to doing that, of course, right? Yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, it is generally kind of nice. Now, how close am I to hell? I should be pretty damn close now. Yeah, I'm very close, I think. As long as that's not me, I think I'm very close. I'm pretty sure this red dot up here is me. Actually, why don't I just go to that other dot? Just for giggles. Because I wanna. AFK for a bit. You got it. Let's check. Oh, where precisely are we at now? Okay. Well, I'm just getting impatient. Yeah, I just need to not do that. I just need to not be getting impatient and just go straight down. I should arrive in hell momentarily. Oops. Hey there, Darkcast. Welcome on in. Gee. I love that one. That's a very fun one. Indeed, you were a little late, but that's okay. These things happen. Not to worry. Schlifu will be able to join us more regularly next week. After this week, rather. After this coming week. There we go. That's better. How are you doing, Darkcast? I hope you're doing well. I guess I'm almost at the dot. Why must it be like this? I'm playing Noita after a day. Thought I was dying. I mean, playing Noita after a while. That's really funny. You found a really weird one. So, do tell. What about it? How was it weird? I must know more. Much like Bridge Boss, I too am a wand connoisseur. Did it have a strange sprite? Did it have a weird speed multiplier? What was up with it? I'm kind of curious now. You got it. There's so much extremely dense rock. What the fuck? I will put this wand away and instead bring out one of my my most recently created Omega Super Digging Wand of, you know, supreme digging power. It's only a little bit of an abomination, I swear. Okay. You know, actually, let's just use this one for a bit, because I don't really feel like not using it. Yeah, pinged. Very good, very nice. Let's take a leak. Take a leak. Ah, that's pretty good actually. That's very funny. That is so weird. You can always cast Sparkly Bounce. Oh god. Yeah, this is a strange little wand, isn't it? Like, you were that's pretty nice, actually, yeah. Time to check how the pizza's doing in the oven. That sounds exciting. Yeah, that's definitely not. The thing I was doing is definitely not faster. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's definitely not digging through that. Okay. That's my previous teleportation wand. I'm glad you're back. Actually, yeah, actually, does this dig any better? No, it worse actually. Well, we got this guy actually. Why don't we mess about with this for a bit? Oh, that's right. That's right. It only really digs well at certain angles, and I don't feel like dealing with that kind of jankery right now. Ah, there we are. Found you. Ah, finally. Made it to hell. And you gotta leave. That's pretty funny. Well, I'll see you when you get back. Don't you worry. We'll certainly be here when you get back. Okay, we're gonna go over this way just a bit. And now down. Let's see. I think it's right about here. Now up. Some of the time it sure is a pain in the butt finding the correct spot in hell. I'm just getting to hell in the first place. Aha. No, this is not right. No, this is not what I'm looking for. God damn it. Actually, wait a minute. I need to know which parallel world I'm in. Why does it take so long for that number to scroll upwards? Why is it like this? Parallel world 2. Okay, thank you. Let me see. Is this part of how? Is this a repeated part of how? Or is this the first one? It is the first one. Okay. Finally, Jesus Christ, that was difficult. Why was that so fucking difficult, man? Unbelievable pain in the ass, that. That's super funny. I accidentally submitted a 1-second audio clip. How hilarious. I deleted it. But it's fine. Okay. Good stuff. Very good. More divide bys. Very nice. I'm going to need more. We're going to need more divide bys where we're going. Because I don't actually have very many of these. Sure. Grab another one of you. Good stuff. Blood magic. That's what we're looking for. We need more blood magic. Something, blood. Man, that quiz today from QZ and some dunk bots is very funny. It was a good watch. Or yesterday, I guess now. Oh gosh, I was that close. Well, it's good to know, I guess, that this orb room is that close to it. I now know that. Oh, interesting, because I already grabbed it, that's right. Mhm. Okay. Trigger, yes. Thank you. Actually, I guess, yeah, I just realized I didn't actually have one in the bar, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, divide by 10. Good, good. Mew, yes, please. Okay, that's copy random spell, I believe, yes. Yeah, copy random spell, no thanks. No, thank you, good sir. Copy random spell thrice, yeah. Very good. It has now been enough time since I took my Adderall. Very good. I could have snacks now if I felt like it, which I kind of do feel like it. But what snacks? These are the hard-hitting questions that we ask on hamperchamp's stream. What snacks? Gosh. Okay. Yes, we want more of those, yes. We need more. Is this gamma, I believe? Yeah, it's gamma. So I do not have very many gammas. Despite the fact that, you know, it's nice. It's pretty aight, I would say. Not quite as good as alpha, I wouldn't say, but, you know, it's pretty good. It's pretty nice. And there are situations where, you know, you need the gamma, not the alpha. Right, every other, yes please. You know, I guess one more projectile spell and then I'm done snagging those. There's alpha. Good stuff. Okay. Grab that. Trigger again. Yippee. In fact, because I feel like it. That's right, I need to run a 2-minute ad. I will be back in about 2 minutes, guys. I'll see you then. Alright, see y'all in jiff. Okay. There we go.
This run made me literally despair.
Oh no, what happened, Coitus? Do tell. What exactly happened? Do tell us what happened, Coitus. This sounds kind of rough. What made you despair? Or was it just me drinking the found teleport? And it was a one-way to some high-level place. Oh no! That's so rough. My sympathies. That is terribly rough, yeah. And that is actually like a completely bizarre, gigantic amount of gold, really. 10,000. Oh wow! That's it, guys. That's the first time I think I've gotten a golden idol that I noticed. That's crazy. That was one of the goals for this run. We completed it just there. Just kind of quietly completed that shit. Nice. There's another one. There's another golden idol right there. That's crazy. And another one. That's crazy. That was one of the goals for the run. I'm so pleased. Okay. Okay. I'll dig down a little ways, see if I can find the other, like, extra little spell area. If not, then I'm just gonna dig straight up. There we go, found it. Good shit. Okay. Well, more ad trigger is always good. Okay. more gamma is good. Okay. I'll take a second Mew. Oh, yep, there's another golden idol right there. Fuck yeah, I can now recognize what the hell they look like. That's awesome. You got some pizza as well? Hell yeah. You go. And there we go. Another summon Tychosova. Now this one's actually got a very specific purpose. It's just because it, you know, when you buy the spell, it has a charge. I'm gonna use that one for one thing, and that is to use Chain Spell on it. I want to see if Chain Spell works. So I actually have no idea whether it works or not on Summon Tychosova, and I doubt anybody else does either. You were cleaning the stairs. That sounds like a hell of a time. Octuple, yes! I don't know about you guys, but I fucking love Octuple. I really don't mind that it costs extra mana. Like, it can be problematic at times, but I really love Octuple spell. It is my favorite multicast. It's probably tied with Double. For very different reasons. Replicate. Whoa. Oh no, that's Heplicate. My bad. Good shit. Rock and roll. Do 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 do. Then we grab Tau. Good stuff. Kick ass. And then we go and we find the empty wand. Well, there's one of them, but this one is meant to be used. Well, this one is not full, so it's empty. Oopsie daisies. Well, actually, I forgot. Yeah, my satiation is running a little low, so I'll go ahead and just eat this line. You used Chain Spell at Black Hole and went burr. I mean, hey, I love doing that shit. Chain Spell is one of my favorites. It does a lot of really fun and weird shit. And I'll be real with you, it does genuinely feel like one of the least well understood spells. Like, it has a lot of peculiar interactions that are not well documented, I don't feel. Yeah, on the wiki, I mean. Yeah. And I feel like it definitely deserves to be more well documented, given, like, it's a very useful spell. It's got a lot of good uses, a lot of niche uses, a lot of, like, most of it's, like, utility and non-damage type of stuff, right? But it feels like, almost all of it's extremely handy. For example, like with Black Hole. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. There we go. Ooh, look at that, another golden idol. Which, by the way, for those of you who haven't yet heard, or no, that wasn't a golden idol. One of the goals for this run was for enemies to have an enemy drop a golden idol. And we have succeeded. This one, I do believe, also has it. I think that's it right there. Yep, that's it right there. Which, that's exciting. I am pleased. Okay. I shall eat this feller. Nom, 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 nom. Very good. Delicious. You know, I feel like I run into too many divide by 10s. Not enough divide by 4s. I think I have enough omegas, but I'll grab another one just in case. Whee! There's another one. Excellent. There's a divide by 4. Hey. Good stuff. And now I go up a little, go over here a bit. I don't want another divide by 10. Although I might as well fetch it while I'm down here, really. There we go. Grab this. Grab this. Perfect. Okay. Sure, I'll grab one last gamma. So, it's something I've been thinking about for a bit. Is, you know those giant spiders in Harry Potter? Can they cast spells? If they can cast spells, that's really terrifying, right? And also, if that's the case, why haven't they taken over the wizarding world? I also don't remember. Right? You know, like, because if they're able to cast fucking spells, Jesus Christ, man. And also, in the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them thing, the fucking bird that could do the Obliviate thing, right? That's fucked up, bro. Plus, like, can that bird also cast spells? Can animals in general cast spells? Right? Because if they can, that's terrifying, bro. Like, that's some terrifying ass shit that is. Like, that's frightening. That's an existential threat in the Harry Potter world. Mind you, of course, I don't care that much, but, like, you know, the people of that world probably should. Okay. Yay, more octuple spell. Woo! I absolutely love how effective this wand is. Yes, and more increased lifetime. I'm in such a dire need of increased lifetime all the time. Like, it's such a good spell, but, like, it just is. There's not enough of it, man. There's not enough increased lifetime to go around. I am shocked that this guy survived one shot from this wand, 2 shots from this wand. That is kind of astonishing. Didn't hit him with a 3rd. Maybe they can, but they're not aware of it. That is, yeah, no, I could believe that. That tracks. Maybe dolphins and orcas will start casting in the near future. Honestly, I could see it. That would be terrifying. And I think that, honestly, I'm sure it would be more interesting than whatever is going on in the Harry Potter universe currently. As just like a plot, you know. I think that'd be a great plot beat. 10 out of 10. Oopsie daisies. I did the thing again, but I still don't know why my wand does this, but it did it again. Sometimes it just does that, and I have no fucking clue why. Wow, this hellworm sure does have a lot of fucking HP, don't it? Jesus, that took a lot of damage to kill them. Whoa. However, I'm glad that still works. It's still enough damage to kill those guys. You think all the living beings have the ability to cast? Well, I mean, if that's the case, I genuinely think that the fucking, like, Harry Potter people have a goddamn existential threat on their hands. Oh, God. Why does it reproduce the nearest projectile like that? I don't get it, man. I don't fucking get it. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? I don't fucking understand, man. Whatever. We used... man, this game really hammers the computer. We will now say, man, this game really hammers the computer. Ah, hampers the computer. Ah, ah. I love that. I love that. This is great. But most don't because they don't have the cognition of it. Oh, interesting. I love that. That's fascinating. They perform only very, very simple spells, like inflict cuteness overload. I am delighted by this. This is marvelous. What a fantastic explanation. I approve. I love that. That's beautiful. 10 out of 10. I'm still just a little astonished that I have accomplished one of the goals of the run, which is, of course, to obtain I got this. To collect at least one golden idol from an enemy. I have done this now. I've done it several times over. Which is, I think is pretty awesome. And I am pleased about it. Okay. Man, this game really hampers it. I love that. That's so good. That's good stuff. I approve. I will now eat this guy. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. I wonder what the hell slimes taste like. I bet they taste fucked up, honestly. I bet they taste really weird. Right? Would you want to bet that they're, like, delicious, but in some kind of, like, messed up sort of way? That's my bet. That is my bet. Okay, good stuff. Oh, good. I did not need to yoink out the Omega Big Damage wand. Because, yeah, that wand is a bit excessive, frankly. Not like that excessive, right? But it's a little excessive. It's a bit rough on the CPU. Okay. Vacuum bounce. Honestly, I feel like I have enough of that. I don't feel like I need any more vacuum bounce. Let's see here. You know, this spell here is weird and fucked, and I don't quite know how I feel about it. The one that just turns everything to sheep. Why does it do that sometimes? I do not understand. Whatevs. It's fine. Don't need to ask Kibble about why the fuck it does that. Maybe it's gotta do. I think it might have to do something to do with square barrier, perhaps. Square barrier might be doing something fucked up and weird to it. I'm not quite sure. Okay. Okay. Very good. That's more otherwise. Oh, golden idol. Whee! Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Got him. Very nice, very nice. Okay. No, yeah, I don't know why it does it like that. I think it's clearly got something to do with square barrier. And multiples of them. I wonder what kind of absolute fuckery would happen if I did this with with spells to power. I don't want to know. Okay, I do want to know, but I don't know that my computer can handle it. But I am still quite curious what it would do and what it would look like. Okay. Oh, hello there, Hellworm. How are you doing? Good day. Good day to you. Perish, please. Wow, that's taking a lot of shots from this. This is one of my premier damage wands. It's not the premier damage wand that I have, but it's up there. Damn it, I wanted to put Essence of Power on the premier damage wand. to see how that went. Oh well. Oh, 2 golden idols from the same bad guy. That's awesome. In case you couldn't tell, Meatball, I really enjoy your pun. I think it's a superb, excellent pun. Oh, good. This is really good. I find it very pleasing. This is a goodie. You think it's kind of mad. But again, it's true, we are our worst critics. That is true. And you know, I also just, I am very, very partial to bad jokes. I think that bad jokes are genuinely fantastic. I feel that they have an entirely separate type of category of appeal. Harshest, not worse. That's also true. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it, I'm grabbing spells to power. And what I'm going to do is every other shot, it will apply spells to power. What I can't tell is are you running out of mana? Can't, is it? No, you are not running out of mana. You have enough. Okay. Ah, pinata. Got it. Wow. First off, that was a little dangerous. For several reasons. One of which, of course, was the, poly shot getting fired very close to my face. The second one. Indeed, I did at one point know that humor was, in fact, a Greek word. Exactly. Some bad jokes are very funny. And it leads us to the conclusion that a joke can be successful, no matter if it is good. And I agree, right? And I feel that that is what's most marvelous about humor in general. Is that, like, whether a joke is, like, good or bad is irrelevant so long as it is funny, right? As long as it makes somebody laugh. And I think that's lovely. Wow, I do not comprehend what fuckery is happening here. It's fine though. I do, however, know that it's very likely related to square barrier. So we'll shot 2, get them in one go. Yes. Yes, it will. Which, by the way, guys, if you are, this might well be one of my most effective wand builds I've ever made. In terms of just like sheer damage output, but also alongside the benefits of what do you call it? Alongside the, or rather, it's only a build that I would consider using with the quality of life mod. So I would not use it without Latali's quality of life mod because it involves spells to power. But that said, it is kind of catastrophically effective in a most marvelous sort of way. And the amount of damage it does is, frankly, just shredding the enemies, even though this is New Game Plus 3 hell. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good, I say. Observe. I like it because it's a very fun every other kind of build. Every other shot kind of build. It only triggers the spells to power every other shot. And if you're not very mindful of how you're using it, then it'll not work that well. But if you are mindful, it'll work great. Whee! So yes, other words. Good or bad is kind of meaningless. Evaluation for jokes or humor. And that is pretty true, yep. And I find that to be very big true. But you know, a lot of people don't agree with that idea. I agree with it. But I know a lot of people who don't. But I don't mind, and I don't agree with such things. Because I like what is funny and what makes me happy. Kaboom. Yeah, like, look at that. That just shredded everything. Like, that's fucking fantastic. I'm utterly delighted by it. Like, that's just so good. Yeah, that's like just some complete and utter Omega shreddage. Not to be confused with Omega shredded cheese. Whoa. Yeah, I still don't grasp like why this is a thing that occurs some of the time. Like, it might. At this stage, I'm not even sure if it has to do with that other wand. Oopsie doopsies. Well, let's just dig around here. Let's see, is there... Are there any other spells in this area here? Oh, look, a fucking mound of snow in the middle of hell. Something about a cold day in hell. Or having a snowball's chance in hell. Clearly that snowball had a decent chance. I mean, look at all that fucking snow, man. That's a lot of snow. What is all this snow doing down in hell? I feel like this is a map gen error. I don't know that for a fact. You back? Would you like to see the fruits of my labor at a different time? This is my most everything will die as soon as any of the projectiles hit it wand. And of course, this is New Game Plus 3. You're very funny, Darkcast. You're very funny. I do not agree. I don't mind the etymology. I love etymology, in fact. So much so that, like, by the way, guys, I actually have a task for you guys in general. It's a thing. It's basically part of a project I'm working on. So, every time I look up a word and read you the definition, I would like for you guys to clip it. That's the entire task. Gigaban beat meatball. That's quite funny. Nevar. Omega Man. I'm amused. I'm aware, and what I'm telling you guys is that it just reminded me of that. Every time that I look up the definition of a word and read you guys the definition, like from Merriam-Webster, every time I do that, I would like for you guys to clip it. Because I want to have a thing. No. I mean, that's fine. I just need at least one person to do it. I don't give a shit, man. Maybe not Merriam-Webster. The other one. I don't fucking care, man. Definitions. What I'm here to yap about is how pleasing definitions are. I find definitions pleasing. Don't get me started, Meatball. That's very funny, but, you know. I understand what you mean. Like, I understand about like, I understand a linguist's perspective on language. I get it. That doesn't mean I don't love definitions. I mean, and I agree with you that Merriam-Webster does have the wildest entries. I just love if I don't like one definition, I'm obviously going to look at the other one, like the Webster's. It's fine. Okay. This is a funny idea. Okay. Aha. Money. Very good, very good. Nice. Yay. Whee! By the way, Darkcast, I'm kind of curious. By kind of, I mean extremely. What exactly is it that, whee! God damn, that is catastrophically powerful. I love it. I love it so much. Yeah, what is it that always, like, that you often have to leave to do? Is this something different every single time? Is it, like, it's fine that you have to go and whatnot? I'm dying with curiosity, honestly. I'm very curious, and I'm a nosy person. What can I say? I'm extremely nosy. If I have a character flaw, it's that I'm nosy as fuck. And I'm very upfront about that. I'm nosy. Mind you, of course, I have other character flaws, but that's probably one of the bigger ones. What did I ask? I asked, whenever you have to, like, go and do a thing, what are you usually doing? Is it something different every time, or is it like the same thing every time? Like, what sort of stuff is it? I'm just very curious. Oh no, the speaker died. Oh no, I need to get the speaker plugged back in. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Man, look at that fucking just unbridled destruction. It's fantastic, isn't it? Yes, that is correct. That is very correct. Darkcast, that is my question. Hey. Matosade. What else do we have? Every other? You know what? Sure. I will grab it. Let's see here. More Matosade. I I guess I don't consider it an answer. Not do it. Leave it for late. Oh. Oh. If you don't procrastinate, who will? I see. No, you're right. It is an answer. I just didn't read it the first time. Because, you know, I dunk blind sometimes. What can I say? We all have dunk blind moments. Your brain may just not let you do it. I understand that tracks. Which, by the way, this will be I will now launch into today's, you know, advertisement for getting your ADHD diagnosed and treated with ADHD medicine. Here we go. It's good for you, and there's research behind it, and it's healthy. That's the end of that advertisement. Yeah, I understand there are many reasons that many people don't have it diagnosed as of yet, or like can't and whatnot. I get it. You went without treatment until you were an adult. Now that makes sense. Yeah, I feel your struggle, quite frankly, Script. Like, personally, although I was treated very young, Ren, not as much. And it's quite a difficult situation for them. And it's just not getting diagnosed when you're young makes it a lot harder. And there's also just a lot of misinformation out there about like ADHD and getting diagnosed and whatnot. It's a whole thing. Your parents kind of knew about it, but you used to make You used to mask too well, I get it. And I just want you to know, it's fucked up that that's the reason that you didn't get it diagnosed. And that you deserved it to, you know, have your illness treated. And I'm sorry that that didn't happen for you. You have my sympathies. You deserved better. Now, whether it would have been feasible to make better happen, I don't know. That's a separate discussion, really. But yeah. Because that's certainly a perverse incentive structure. Oh no, I understand. I'm just saying that you deserve better regardless. Even if it wasn't negligence, right? I'm just saying that you deserve better. Because, you know, I'm not saying it's always possible for better to have happened. But I feel that most everybody deserves better than like that. Because that's just needless suffering. And yeah, I mean, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. But also, I'm sorry to hear that it took so long. But yeah. And dog say not medicated, gang. Yeah, understandable. It helps you in the background. I mean, I believe it. I believe you. Because quite frankly, I do not function at all without ADHD meds. And you felt changes long term with therapy. I mean, yeah. That makes sense. That tracks. Okay, there's this. And then we're gonna yoink out the parallel world telly. And then we will return to Parallel World 2 a little later. Wait a minute. Is this the right one? I think it takes 13 seconds to fire. Let's see. There we go. You will. See, you're thinking you're scared of going to a psychologist and them telling you don't. I mean, I promise you, Darkcast, you definitely like. Although I can't diagnose you with anything, I can tell you that the odds of you having it right, like as long as you're honest about like how much trouble you have focusing, any psychologist not doing like okay, any psychologist, pardon me, psychiatrist in particular is who you want to go to. He's gonna tell you that yeah, you almost assuredly have it, right? Because it doesn't take a genius. Just don't mention that you've ever looked up the symptoms. That's my only advice to you. Right? Just don't say that. Just say that other people told you. Simple. Because getting good medical care generally involves, like, it's complicated, right? But the research is pretty clear on the matter. You don't want to trigger their medical authoritarianism. Basically, is kind of one way to look at it. But yeah, Scripta. Even if it wasn't intended or negligence, that does not mean that it did not like negatively impact you. Yeah. So that's just something to keep in mind. And that doesn't mean anyone's at fault or anything, but it does mean that it's worth acknowledging, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. Acknowledging. That's the right way to put it. Okay. Let's grab out. Let's see. This one has a few empty slots, it seems. Yes, it does. Met many assholes and bozos that are professionals like doctors and whatnot, and you know your own luck with people. That's understandable, Darkcast. Which is why you do a lot of research on the... So the thing is, whether a doctor is that way is somewhat predictable based on the types of things they have in their doctor bio, right? On the... Yeah, like, this is the stuff that they have on their, like, on the public information about them, basically, right? That's not entirely guesswork, and I mean, I can talk to you more about that. Like, that's definitely the type of thing I might be more inclined to talk about in private, frankly. But I would happily do that with you because it's important stuff, right? But it can be very complicated. But at the end of the day, it is still a predictable thing. You can determine these things with a pretty high degree of accuracy. It just takes some doing. It's not exactly the simplest thing, but it is perfectly doable, I'd say. Yeah. One sec, I'll catch up on chat here in a minute. Yeah, let's see here. And Darkcast, it's not that you can't look up the symptoms, right? It's that you don't say that. Just don't say that to the doctor, right? Because doctors have this extreme extreme bias against the concept of self-diagnosis. I'm not going to get into why that is or anything about it, or even make a statement about like whether it's reasonable, but it's a thing. And basically, in getting decent medical care involves not accidentally like triggering this bias, which could and likely would result in them like having a much less favorable view of you, as well as maybe even being less willing to help, whether it's conscious or not. I mean, it's probably unconscious. It's probably an entirely subconscious bias, right? But like, it doesn't really matter. It still affects them. Yeah. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But the other thing is, it's also just kind of a thing where you basically need to accept that it's pretty possible that you might well need to see more than one doctor. If it was not that, what would you mean? Not entitled. And I understand what you're saying, Meatball, but it's a all I'll say on the matter is it's exceedingly complicated. And script, sometimes it's that complicated, other times it's a lot simpler. It varies quite a lot. Nah, 6 is actually pretty high, Meatball. 3 is more common. Oh yeah, I mean like so I can say this about like about how the research shakes out on ADHD. People with ADHD react in a completely different manner to ADHD medications than people without it. And I am personally of the opinion that part of the diagnostic process should in fact involve like being administered ADHD medication and then like monitoring the response. I think that that would actually be one of the most fast, easy, and uncomplicated ways to do it, because there's a predictable set of ways a person with ADHD is going to feel on some type of stimulant medication, and a predictable set of ways that a person without it are going to feel, and they don't have very much overlap. They're quite different from each other. They're like really very different. So like yeah, I am personally of the view that that's how it should be. That is not how it is, but that's how I'm of the view that that's how it should be. That is something I had like intended to write several papers about, but of course, you know, yeah, we know how that these things went. Yeah. Let's see. Ah, sure. I'm a sucker for another industrial, sure. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. The neurotypical person takes ADHD medications. They feel the effects heavily compared to, and there's a lot more to it, but yeah, that is true. And Darkcast. So the way a person with ADHD feels when they take ADHD meds is how normal people feel every second of every day of their life. Yeah. Yeah. It's more complicated than that, but that's generally pretty true. That is to say, people with ADHD have a disability, right? And that the medication helps mitigate the effects of that disability, and that's just kind of, that's the reality of the situation. Yeah. Oh, I see. And let's see. So Meatball, although what you say is true, never forget, much as you are a physicist, I am in fact a I do have a fucking degree in psychology, and spent the better part of uh, like 8 or so years studying psychology and neuroscience. So do keep that one in mind, as well as sociology and whatnot. But that's not the only thing. Now the attention, I mean, the attention mechanism is actually something we know about quite a lot about. We know that it's heavily involved with with a chemical called neurotransmitter called acetylcholine, and we know that fundamentally people without ADHD do have a fairly consistent supply of attention, like neurotransmitters, one of which is acetylcholine, and acetylcholine is essential in most aspects of cognitive function, but especially so in the process of paying attention. Now, um, people with ADHD will often seek out things that, like nicotine, like cigarettes, vapes, and whatnot. The reason this is often the case is because nicotine basically produces a form of acetylcholine that goes into a receptor called the nicotinic, acetylcholine receptors. And in this, it basically works very well to mimic the effects of normal acetylcholine. And yeah, this is why there is a higher than average rate of smokers and whatnot amongst people with ADHD. Now, um, that's but one thing. It's the science of attention is pretty high up there, but then people with ADHD often have quite a lot going on in terms of the. Actually, I'll tell you guys more about that in a sec. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad. Be right back, and I'm gonna catch up on chat. That's very funny. That's really funny, actually. That's very, very funny. That's also quite funny. Let's see. Yeah, Liz Dexamphetamine. Yep, that's one of them. Dextro or dextro dextrorotatory and antiome. Interesting. Oh, Vyvanse. I see. Actually, I thought I'd seen this before. Yeah, makes sense. That tracks. The feta belongs to Meatball. I see. And no, yeah, you're right, Meatball. Like, it's true. I shouldn't have doubted you. Also, that's a very funny dark cast on the unmocked Meatball for doubting your Elder trope. That's really quite humorous, but no, it's funny, but no. And yes, yeah, you take Vyvanse. That makes a lot of sense. Fun fact, script. I was actually in the clinical trials for Vyvanse, i.e., Liz Dextro. It's probably pronounced this. Liz Dexamphetamine. There we go. Liz Dexamphetamine. Yes. I was, yeah. I was in those clinical trials. For many years, too. And yeah, that was an interesting experience. Yeah. That's right. I also thought that was very funny. The feta mine. No, feta not yours. See, very funny. Common side effects of lisdexamphetamine include loss of appetite, anxiety, diarrhea, trouble sleeping. Eh, irritability and nausea. Oh no, your poor belly. That's very funny. This is why you should be only mod. Shakes my head. No, you see Darkcast. No, Meatball's feta joke is a 0.4, not against. Exam feta mine? You mean you need to eat feta cheese to prepare for the exam? Yes. 'Tis our feta. I see. Yeah. You don't want to see that type of cyst. That's quite funny. Intensity of the medication effects can vary depending on the that's also true, yeah. And the effects you noticed on you were the combination of medication and therapy, but there are people you report being different as soon as they. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, and that is the case. I mean, that was the case for me for sure, and for a lot of people I know as well. I'm looking for the book L'attention et ses maladies by. You mean like the extremely old ass book? Is that the one you're talking about? Oh shit. It might be. I feel like. Oh god. Yeah. I know that it was in the chat logs for. But I would look back and find it, but I believe that was before I was recording chat logs to any extent. Right? I still don't actually technically record them, I don't think. But like, yeah. I don't think. Right. I might, but no, I don't think it's. Let's see. Don't worry, Meatball. It happens. It happens. Yeah, that's very funny. That's pretty good. I am very amused. Okay, and what dosage was he taken? Oh, for the Vyvanse. Let's see. I believe that I started out taking like 25 I think it was 25 milligrams, moved up to 30, 35, and then I think eventually by the time I was a lot like physically bigger, I was taking 45. Yeah, it was not a small dose, I don't think. What dose are you on, out of curiosity? Script. Apple says that's very funny. Or yeah, I mean that you would die very fast. Yeah, do not play this game. Alcohol it is true. Yeah, you would die. You play the sugar. That's understandable. Yes. Hey, welcome on in, Zotes. I'm glad to have you. Good to see you again. Awoo. Woo. What happened? Look, whatever happens, I do not really care. You completely dead. 70, yeah. Oh, that's right. It's coming back to me. I think at some point I was at 65. It's coming back to me now. It's coming back to me. That's right. Oh, wait, no. 85. That's right. And that's where I stopped. And that's when I switched to something else. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. For me, the reason I don't that I like the reason I stopped taking Vyvanse was because it wore off too fast for me. In modern parlance, you would in like a a doctor interested in the truth of the matter. I'm not sure that most would be. Um, would say that I am an ultra rapid metabolizer of the particular enzymes involved in that, right? And so, like, it just it wears off a bit faster than it would otherwise. Yeah. Ultra rapid metabolizer. That's right. And so it would just kind of wear off like by the end of the school day, and that was kind of that was definitely what I would call a big boy problem. Not good. But yeah, nowadays I of course am on just like a dextroamphetamine, uh, which is of course just it's just Adderall, and that works for me just fine. Very well, in fact, because I can moderate it throughout the day and whatnot, and I can take it at reasonable hours. I see. It's also time for my afternoon painkiller, so I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I know. I am aware of that. Yeah. You're right that it doesn't have. Well, it does. It does have the peak effect, right? It's just that the curve is less. What do you call it? Drastic. It's not nearly as much of a drastic curve, right? So the degree to which it curves is a lot like more sensible, kind of manageable, I guess. Yeah, and I personally when I was on Vyvanse, I liked it fine. My issue was that it just wore off like 6 or 8 hours too fast, right? And that was a problem. It's anywhere between 4 and 8 hours too fast; it would wear off. Um, which, by the way, script, if you didn't know, it is very important to not take your Vyvanse on basically you need to make sure that you have not eaten anything for 45 minutes before you take the Vyvanse, and then you need to wait for 45 minutes afterwards. And this is very important. Yeah. Because basically, if you don't do that, it will negatively affect your the way you metabolize it, basically. But you love it. I mean, that's understandable. Oh, you didn't catch that? Basically, you need to wait. I can repeat that, sure. It's very important that you wait 45 minutes prior to yeah, like wait 45 make whenever you take your Adderall, make sure that on both sides of the Adderall you have 45 minutes of not eating. The reason for this is so that the food and your digestive ends wake up. Well, actually, the wake up, take med, wait 45 minutes, then you're all good to eat. Yeah. Yeah, that would work. Yes. As long as you haven't eaten, like, in the middle of the night. Some people find that an hour is what you need. But yeah. 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 But yes, yeah. Um, but I personally only ever needed 45 minutes. But yeah. I mean, Dogcast, it sounds like it sucks, but once you get used to it, it's not a big deal. Like, it's a little, I would call it inconvenient. Because more than anything, it's just kind of slightly inconvenient. Right? It's not like that big of a deal really ever. Usually, like, especially once you get into like an established habit of doing that, it's no big deal at all. I've been doing that for like years. So here's the thing, right? Like, something nice about like the Adderalls and whatnot is that like, uh, and other stimulants is that you can generally just like wake up a little early, take the medicine, and then go back to sleep for 45 minutes. Yeah. Because the thing is, you will wake up. You will wake up. But it may impact what? What may it impact? Oh, you do. You've got the right definition for Pepe W, which is an emote showing a tired-faced tiredness or defeatedness as the main. Interesting. Yeah, that's right. Because yeah, if you don't respect the 45 minutes, yes, it will impact the efficacy, not insubstantially. For example, what happens is basically that you'll increase the number of you'll increase your side effects, decrease your desired effects of better focus, and yeah, you'll just have a worse time all around. Hey there, Titular. Welcome on in. It's true, Titular. Joel is a better TV emote that depicts a spinning fish. It was created by user Annie Bali in March of 2023. The fish itself appears to be a low-poly catfish with small but visible whiskers. Really, it's a catfish. I hadn't know. Actually, I guess it is. Yeah, isn't it? That's really funny. I'd actually never noticed it was a catfish. It looked more like oh god, there's a name for that type of fish, but I do not remember what it is that I was thinking of. Red belly, maybe, or something. But yeah, it's great to see you. How are you doing, Tito? I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Just need to find the world tally one more time. Not that one. The other one. The fish swapper. Okay. Almost there. And also cat kiss to you as well. And indeed. I'm glad you're doing well. That's very good to hear. I'm also doing pretty well today. I discovered that my it's very funny and mildly embarrassing, but also quite humorous. I discovered that my what do you call it? The sustainer pedal for my electric keyboard was not properly plugged in, and thusly it was what do you call it? It was not producing the proper fullness of sound it should have been. But on the flip side, I messed with the way it was plugged in, and now it is producing the proper fullness of sound. So I'm very pleased about that, because it makes it a lot better and a lot more pleasant to hear, and it also makes it so that I'm able to enjoy playing it more, because yeah, I did a what do you call it, a tone deafness test, and indeed it turns out that I am relatively tone deaf, pretty badly as well. And the reason I took the thing in the first place was because I was explaining that most of how I figure out Universal A11Y. What is this? I don't know what this is. Tell me. But yes, and the way that I basically figure out if music good and right, it's an accessibility. Yeah, let's look it up, because I never heard of this. It sounds interesting. I do a paste. Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Oh yeah, I love that shit. That's great stuff. And then I never heard of this shit. Yeah, this is amazing. I love that. And yeah, you're right. That kind of crap is extremely important. Yeah, engage with things. Exactly. Yeah. Because it's much like when there's the fish swapper found it. Okay, now we're gonna go back. We're going to go backwards exactly one world. And now there should be a full 13 seconds after I fire that to when it goes off. Very good. Now I just need to stand around for 13 seconds. But yeah, I remember thinking to myself many years ago, like, why in the world don't they just like build buildings with like universal design principles? And I thought it was strange. I'm not sure if this is still the case, but I do know that there was a time when having like accessibility features in your home, right, like ramps and shit, decreased the value of the home. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but I do know that that was the case at one point in time, which I find very fucked up and fascinating. But also, I suppose, on the flip side, good in some respects, right? Because it means it's easier to acquire the home, like for other disabled people, right? But that is a little weird. It's certainly weird, a bit messed up, but damn interesting all the same. Definitely a great illustration of it, you know, like bad things and whatnot. But yeah. Prejudice and the like, there we go. But yeah. Come on, fish swapper. There we go. It went off. Good. Now we go up. Ramps making homes less expensive. It's not really a great investment issue. Well, I mean, you don't necessarily need to meet it. Well, I guess maybe in the UK that might be a thing. In the US, it's definitely not. There are no compliance standards for homes. There is no such thing. Basically, any and all accessibility features are optional, and there is no enforcement anything. In fact, it's also not really a thing for like basically, even if somebody trips on a bad step, right, you are still gonna have a lot of legal trouble doing any sort of legal action against the homeowner of the bad step. So in that sense, that's not so much like an investment issue. It's definitely more of a prejudice thing, right? It's kind of the same way that, like, actually, there's not really anything else quite like it, is there? Ren would, I'm sure, come up with a very good and very, yeah, no, the ADA does, which is, of course, the only real, like, yeah, um, yeah, oh, yeah. And I definitely, to anything permanent is subject to building permit consideration. Oh yeah, and so basically, there are no things of that nature on a state level. The only real protections for disabled people exist at the federal level for the most part. There are a few laws that apply, like, to things at the state level, but most of them, because mind you, this is actually something I did quite a bit of. It's what I did my part of my university studies in. Was the specific legalities of, like, protections that disabled people have and whatnot. And as that happens, there's almost none at the state level. Almost everything that is protections for disabled people is at the federal level. Right, and the building regulations don't have anything that is really disability friendly built in, so long as it's a what do you call it, home. Now, if it's a public or federal building, that's a separate discussion. Because the building codes are basically some of the only things that, like, essentially they are entirely agnostic to the existence of disabled people, basically. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't think that idea that it's just another component of the home, I don't think that one holds up to scrutiny, frankly. I mean, you may well be able to make the argument that it's not so much a prejudice thing, but it definitely doesn't hold up that it's just like a component maintaining it kind of thing. There are ways to build it. There are a great many different ways to build accessibility features into the architecture of the home to just be equal in, like, the amount of, like, maintenance you need, and to not, like, add anything, right? If you provide me some citations, I will happily change my mind. Because this is something I think I went to university for this type of thing. This is something I studied and whatnot. But it's possible it changed. It's possible that I overlooked something. Please. Mm-hmm. Well, first off, California doesn't count. I'm sorry. No, no. In fact, I'm not looking at California. No, no, no. I'm not. No, no. Any state but California, and you have a point. Any state but California. Yeah. Seattle, one of the most liberal cities in the entire, like, or I guess, and we'll just call it left leaning. Or I suppose, yeah, no, like this one, politically, again, this is not helping very much with your point, right? Like, the fact that it's this, like, diffuse, and it's like, if these are the only, okay, Miami, Austin, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Austin, we'll look at Austin's. But also, accessibility. Ability. Okay. Airport guy. Okay, so what I'm seeing is that some local areas have succeeded at the overall goals of what amounts to many different people's life's work. Right? That they succeeded, right? But there are many places where there are no such things, right? The lack of existence of these things is in and of itself, right? The existence of that prejudice, right? Um, but that's like that's not what you were saying. You were talking about something separate, really. Um, but yeah, like most places in the U.S. do not have these types of regulations. And what's more is that many of these types of regulations do not necessarily apply. I would argue that the vast majority don't. That may have changed in the past 6 years, but I don't bet on that. Right, because especially if we're talking about homes, which is what we were talking about, right? Yes, I know the ones you're talking about, Titular. I know the ones you're talking about. I am talking about homes, and this entire time I've been talking specifically about homes. Right? That there are no such regulations as it applies to homes. The one I saw, for the slope development relief. Steep slope, yeah, I don't know about the steep slope ones. Okay, that's good. About residential code requirements set at the local level. I mean, again, it's nice to see that there are, but why don't we look up something a bit more concrete? Percentage of the U.S. Percentage of U.S. residential neighborhoods not governed by steep slope ramp requirements. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, due to the fact that the ADA regulates public and commercial properties, right? You know, like, it means that like most residential places, unless otherwise specified, are entirely Ooh, really? What is this? R3 118. What is this? I've not heard of this law. Like I said, things may have changed. Because that would be nice. It'd be some of the first good news I've heard about such a thing in a long while. see, between... Oh, where is this? This is a federal law. International Residential Code. Wait, international? What? So this is not U.S. law. This is just an international code that, of course, the United States would ignore. I mean, yeah, they do, Tito. I mean, yeah, the U.S. ignores a lot of things, right? Right, but Tito, so all of these things only apply for newly built stuff, right? Newly built stuff. Do you want to know how, like, what percentage of, like, the houses in my city, or, like, the residential places in my city are new, as in made in the past, like, 30 or 40 years? I'll look it up for you, because it's not much. I'm not. No. Of course not, Tito. I'm not. No, that's ridiculous, actually. I would never imply something so silly. Yeah, so, like, what I'm talking about is that lack of access, intrinsically, that is the prejudice. That is the discrimination. That is the problem. That is the lack of accessibility, right? Right. And in many places, the codes lack enforcement teeth. In some cases, they have more teeth than others. It depends. The thing is, it's very different from place to place. Some places have, like, more... you're asking me to remember things that are not easy for me to remember right now. Give me a while. I'm looking up a thing. What percentage of the residential buildings were built in the past 30 years? Under a third. Now, let's do built or renovated. Not a lot more, actually. In fact, a lot of, like, landowners will, like, avoid, like, especially residential areas will, but not only that, will avoid renovating places so they don't have to put in accessibility features. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but I understand what you're saying, right? I just mean that, like, mass assessment mandate almost always by. So, Titular, I don't think you fully understand the degree of ableism in the U.S. So let me just lay some. Yeah, like I think I understand where the disconnect is happening here. The degree of it's not scandalous in the least, or even uncommon for a people who own property to just entirely ignore any and all accessibility features and laws until somebody sues them. So that is the common practice. There are cases where people do otherwise, and that's great. But the majority of the time in the United States, what is normal, they don't exist. They only exist in liberal states. They only exist. I stand by one part of that, which is basically that it only applies to new buildings. That's actually what I'm talking about, right? I've not changed my point on that. No, it only applies to new buildings, and and that's less than a third of buildings in like the residential stuff in my town, right? Which means it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant most of the time, right? No, like Tito. You keep jumping from, like, because I'm not fully talking about what needs to be changed here, right? That's actually a secondary concern. Most of what I'm talking about here is just the way that things currently are. They are most of the sales, yes. In fact, that's the case in a lot of different places in the US, right? That, sure, there are plenty of new buildings getting built, for sure. But again, out of all of the buildings, especially the residential ones, it comprises less than a third, right? The reason for that has to do with those like accessibility features and whatnot, right? It's because, what do you call them? A lot of like landowners have been kind of like postponing the cost of implementing all of these regulations, right? And they've been doing it for many decades now, like 3 decades or so, right? 2 or 3 decades or something. Not being taken into account. No, I'm not saying in-house building, right? Just that a lot of like places, it's not necessarily something that is that relevant to the current, like what people are dealing with, right? If I said otherwise, then that was me like miscommunicating, which I'm not surprised about, really. Yeah, because no, I think like again, the it's great. But mind you, like, we need to also, like, kind of, like, consider the fact that, like, most of the time, the lack of accessibility is entirely invisible to most people, right? And so it is the very fact that it is, out of sight and out of mind, right? That is kind of the point I'm really making in a lot of respects, but, you know, I'm not making an especially cogent or coherent point at this particular moment. Because, you know, I'm not super eloquence, man. I don't have superpower of super eloquence. That's Ren. Ren have super eloquence. That's not me. Let's see. Seemed to me ramps reducing property value is an example. Yeah, that is an example of ableism. Yeah. But you say it isn't. It's a fact of having a ramp. Well, that's not so much, so like, that's only if you renovate though, right? So there are ways that you can actually have ramps. So like, actually I can do a great example of this. So a friend of mine, like a friend of mine who was a fully wheelchair bound person with what do you call it? It was the real heavy, like 1 ton. Like his whole rig with him on it weighed a ton, right? And I agree. Celebrating progress is good, and it is good. I just don't fully understand the extent of it right now. I look forward to finding out more. It is an awesome thing, yeah. But essentially, the way that we basically were able to include him in lots of things and invite him to stuff, right, was in places that weren't that accessible, but weren't like especially inaccessible, right? Like they're mostly flat. Sure, they had multiple floors, no elevators, as you would expect. But by and large, it was an open enough floor plan that he could wheelchair through the place. Um, and the way we managed this was with it was actually a very humorously crude solution. Um, it was 5 pieces of plywood, 2 of which were disposable. And indeed, by the end of their once they had served their purpose, they were broken. Their purpose, basically, of these sheets of plywood was to be a ramp, right? And like, this is not technically renovation. It's just a bunch of crap sitting there, right? Like, this will never legally come into a situation where it's going to be classified as like renovation to any real extent. And yeah, there's a lot of things that a lot of like places and like homeowners could do that, honest to God, approximate shit like that. That like they wouldn't have to be disposable, right? There are ways to go about doing that without being disposable, right? But this is what, frankly, a bunch of like not especially competent college students cooked up, right? I'm sure that like somebody like who owns a home and whatnot, like would be able to cook up something a bit better in that respect. Well, no, for me it's the 9th day of the month, though. That's very funny. It's okay. I mess up the day all the time. In any case, we're producing property value. Well, I mean, that's man. Rent requires compliance, which increases costs, which reduces the value of the home because it's less investable. Actually, wait, Tito, what exactly do you mean by less investable in this context? Please do tell me what that means. And I also would like, spaces to be more accessible. That would be nice. And I agree, it is an example of us getting there for sure. Personally, I'm just, yeah. If you don't have a ramp, you don't have to. It means a ramp has an asset cost that you have to maintain compliance with. If you an asset cost that you have to maintain okay, so if you don't have a ramp, you don't have to comply. Yeah, but if you have a ramp and the law changes, now you have to change the ramp at least a point of. Okay, I think I understand, right? But that type of perspective, right, that is the very ableism I'm talking about, right? It is the because there is a certain aspect of logistics that turn into, because oh, hi Kitty Man, hello there, Fluffle Mittens. There's also factual realities like that with a ramp eats into yard space, whereas the vast majority of people would rather have the yard space over rent. Oh yeah, I can understand that, right? However, I mean, like, the vast majority of like non-disabled people, but I mean, you have to keep in mind that like disability is the one true like thoroughly cross-sectional, minority group that cuts across, literally everybody, and that anybody can, of course. Now, Titular, I understand what you're saying. That's not necessarily entirely true, right? It may not be the most egregious form. It may not be the most severe form, right? It may not even be particularly severe. But I don't think it's not ableism, right? There's a difference between like what oftentimes people not like what people like call ableism, right? What like there's clear cut cases, obviously, right? But this gets into a discussion of like things like the implicit association test, right? The most robust test of implicit prejudice out there, right? And there's a very significant amount of like research on this kind of topic, right? That there's even like, if I'm not mistaken, this is something that my professor actually did some research on. I'm not gonna look up his name in particular, but I will look up implicit selection. Let's go to Google Scholar real quick. No, Tito, no. Definitely not. No. So let me, if that's your perspective, I understand where you're coming from now. So I will phrase it this way so that it's unambiguous. Ableism is not even what I would call. It's certainly no one's fault in many respects, like no individual person's fault in a lot of instances. It's not necessarily a character flaw. It's not necessarily avoidable in some cases, right? It has many components. It is multifaceted. Some parts of it are more of a character flaw than others. Some parts of it are implicit, right? Some parts of it are more explicit. And so I don't necessarily think there's an element of wrongdoing there, right? It is merely something that has consequences, right? Yeah. Because to me, I don't care about. Frankly, I don't actually care about whether people like people's prejudices, like how they feel. It's irrelevant to me because most of the time, what matters to me. Oh, oh yeah, Trace. Yeah. So actually, Tito, let me tell you something. I think you're sensible, right? You're being sensible here. I can't trace through the conversation like that, and here's why. My brain, I got brain damage years ago, right? I'm not gonna get into it, but my short-term memory is very bad. Like it is compromised on many levels, and yeah, I have issues keeping. Basically, what is most impaired out of all things, temporal like placement of what happened in what order. Yes. And I appreciate that, Tito, a lot. Yeah, but like, so like to me, like when, frankly, like you saying, but I want you to trace through this conversation. To me, this is like nightmare fuel, right? This is the stuff my nightmares are made of. I know you didn't do it on purpose, right? But like, just that is what my nightmares are made of. Yeah, because to me, it's like a thing I just can't do, right? Like I can look back through, right? But by the time I get back to where we are, I will have forgotten where we started. Yeah, it's a problem actually. Like, sure, certainly, like if it's condensed down for me, like that may have an easier time. But yeah, like definitely. But yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from a lot better. Like now that I understand, like your big issue is more so that it's like the prejudicial views or like wrongdoing. But in reality, like I would say that the most consequential ableism is the stuff that's totally invisible, right, to most people most of the time, right? Is that it's set up by the value systems that are built upon one truth, that a human being must produce capital. They must engage in capitalism and produce monetary value. And that everything built upon this basically colors the flavors of ableism, right? That you encounter in life. And many of them are harmless. Not all of them. Not all of them. And for the most part, I find that the depreciated home value in this sense, right, is mostly harmless. But definitely demonstrably ableist. Right? Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily feel that somebody did anything, like, wrong in that particular instance, right? Because, like, I'm not going to tell someone to, like, not maximize their profit. Like, I get it. I get it. We all live in a capitalist situation. And you all gotta look out for number one. I get it. But yeah. Agreed, yeah. If ramps were free to install and did not cut into the home bill, like, yeah, people would install ramps then, yeah. And it's kind of like, to me, it's like the, looking at it from like a, now makes some sense. Parts. Some parts actually would bring something back. And you got confused. Shrug. I think your view of how the U.S. implements capitalism is incorrect. But it's a much... I mean, I can understand where you're coming from on that one. But yeah. It's bad for universal things. So the regulations don't exist. We're doing 90%. So yeah, I mean. Fair. Fair. That's true. You're right about that. I guess for me, it's definitely one of those more cynical aspects of me. Yeah, that's the case for sure. Chatterino. I can use it to store logs? Really? You've just convinced me to install this thing. Give me like 5 minutes. Let's see, so browser extensions. Manage extensions. We are looking for chat to air in Chrome Web Store, that's what we're looking for. And let me see. So we also want the vertical barrier. Why? Almost exclusively for giggles. Because I have several very fun things. For example, I think y'all you may like this build. So this is how it fires. It does this 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th shot. Spells to power. Spells to power with a lot of nonsense, because I think you guys are gonna love this build. It's marvelous. Chatterino. Is it Chatterino native host? Chatterino, or is it Chatterino homies native? Which one? There are several. It's Chatterino.com. Okay, then that's what I go to then. Not an extension. Okay, then. I see. Okay, I understand now. So desu ka. I understand. You learn so much every day. I'm such a fucking Luddite. It's incredible, really. Caseman don't be a mess. Ooh, yay! Sounds lovely. Let's see. But yeah, you're right. I think I just got distracted. I think I realized what happened now. I think I just got distracted halfway through. New channel is tab. Okay. Hi, little kitty man. The kitty's making sin biscuits. He's a very cute little sin biscuiteering man. He's full of love and fluff and sin biscuits. There we go. So install it, open your channel as a tab, go to the settings, top right, and then moderation enable. There we go. Yeah, Darkcast, what's up? This is my name, yes. Have I missed something? Yeah, a little fluffy. Hi, the little swuffle. Oh, you want it? You done with your sin biscuits, and now you'd like to go and hop away? You got it. Check the pin mess. Oh, you and your damn pin messages. Of course it says 7-9 because people complained when I said 9-7. Should I only put a date when it's 7-7-8-8? I could do that. That would be very humorous. Like, I would laugh my ass off if I did that. But how dare you? You made a new command. What is this new command? That is, you know, that's as much. I mean, I do love that type of like formatting, but it's a bit too silly. We love our universal ally thing. You want to find? Yeah, sure, that's fine. You just want to find the right way to do it. That makes sense, and I appreciate that actually. Before having a bath. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and we got the same goals here. Yeah, yeah. I think I just got very distracted, really, and forgot what I was talking about in the first place. And I forgot then that I forgot what I was talking about, and then thusly, yeah, I then started talking about something totally separate. But yes, no, this does seem like a very positive development. And it seemed nice. So I got the chatter reader open. I won't figure out the other things. But thank you for dropping by, Titalar. I appreciate you. I hope you have a lovely day. Sweet dreams. And nice. The best. I mean, it is totally unambiguous. It's true. Second, but let's not go there. To the silly place. For a second there, Darkcast, I thought that, like, you saying yeah, Titalar, like, you'd somehow made the letters, like, all, like, rainbowy and, like, given it a rainbow gradient. And then I realized, no, it was actually the shine that I had on my glasses as the light was reflecting off of my glasses. But also, big hug, and I hope you have a marvelous day, Titalar. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm always here for stimulating conversation. Wait, Bloodsucker Village, what is this? And what is the new command that Script made? I have to know. Yeah, it's true. You start using it. It's really nice. You start using it this week. You can be in multiple streams. Yeah, it does seem kind of nice. Separate software. Okay. Here we go. Nice. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, setting up chat arena. Open the channel as a tab. Okay, let's do that. Okay. There we go. Hamperchamp. Lovely. Now I click. Okay. Oh! And now the last part. Top right. Moderation. Enable logging. This sounds nice. Like a dream. Moderation. Let's see. No, not those. More. Toggle moderation mode. And where the fuck is the moderation? Enable logging. Thank you. Okay, beautiful. Excellent. Sorry for taking the topic back. So, if you would have to answer in a survey of mail about my case, psychologist and psychiatrist, the hell you think I would have to say? Apart from not saying, I have read the symptoms on. Yeah, basically, what you would need to say, it comes down to something very simple. Oh wait, create commands. Oh, you were testing Chatterino. You could wait. I can create commands in Chatterino. What? And indeed, much love to you as well, Tito. Oh no, programming. They say. Tito lurks in a large semi-fab. That's funny. I like it. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. Oh, so, oh yeah, like, alright, Darkcast. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then I'm going to actually really think up a solid answer for you. And when I get back, I will have a good answer for you, and it will be nicely phrased. Give me about 2 minutes while I run an ad. I will see you in 2 minutes. you would say something to the tune of, several people have told me that I have trouble focusing on things. And that, you know, I ought to get tested for ADHD. And that is true. I have a lot of trouble. I just thought this was normal. Yeah, there you go. Darkcast, I gave you the shortest, simplest answer to your question. There it is. Meatball, you're not actually right on this one. So, it's complicated. Because that's where we are, we're here, we're talking about it, I guess we'll be talking about it. So, that's really quite funny, Darkcast, the bit about memes, that's actually hilarious. So, yeah, Darkcast, yeah, like, it's quite simple. Like, I'm afraid, Meatball, no, like, you're quite wrong on this one. So, basically, there are some conditions where that's the case. I do not personally believe ADHD is one of them. There is a complicated set of reasons as to why. For one, ADHD is common. Two, ADHD, there's a consistent bias against it in the general, like, public, of people saying it doesn't even exist, right? So the majority of the people with the condition who desperately need the help, right, are never going to get help because they don't believe the condition is real. Because that's what they've been taught. They've been taught to suffer in silence. Right? So, getting to the psychiatrist is the first step. Right? Anything that gets you there is a good thing, basically. Like, it's arriving there is the hardest part. The second hardest part is arriving for a follow-up. Right? And so, anything that gets you those two things is basically fine. Because it's extremely difficult, and, like, a lot of the good types of help that like psychiatric interventions can provide is over time. Including getting medications, right? I'm not sure if, like, telehealth is... you should probably go there in person at least once, but after that, telehealth should be fine. But regardless, like... Now, hoping, I would say, is fine. Expecting? Not so much. Because, frankly, I'm gonna be totally real with y'all here. Like, Darkcast, everything you have said has been, like, reading this, like, the diagnostic like about how your issues with focusing is like reading the diagnostic criteria for the condition. I'm not gonna lie to you. You experience distress. You are like because of your focus issues, it causes you issues and it impacts your daily life in school, right? It, like, negatively impacts other areas of your other life domains. Like, all of this shit is stuff that's in the diagnostic criteria, right? So, like, dude, just, like, talking about your issues is probably going to get you diagnosed in all due likelihood. It's just it's how it be. It's not that complicated in that respect. Now, like, here's the other issue, right? Meatball, if someone's going fishing for a diagnosis, as a clinician, you need to ask several questions. A responsible, good clinician will ask the following questions. Why? Why? Why is he doing this? Right? Like, let's just say it's the truth, right? And the answer as to why is pretty actually straightforward and simple. Probably because they're kind of desperate for help. No matter how you slice it, no matter what kind of help they're desperate for, it's clear they need it. Thusly, a good clinician would pry further, ask more questions. Thusly, it's fine. Right? A bad clinician would make a negative judgment of the patient for that, right? Because especially if Darkcast like makes it clear that he's having issues with like money, which he is, like, and access, really, money and access to care. If he makes that clear, it will now become abundantly obvious that the reason that he would be doing that would be because he can't afford for nothing to come of the appointment. Right? So, that's fine. The clinician will likely understand your situation in that respect. Now, expecting something, that's a separate discussion. I don't necessarily support that. I can't be wrong. I did not expect such a thing. That's quite good. I am amused. I mean, hey, I didn't know that there had been significant developments in the area of like digital like access features. Like, frankly, I thought that was I thought that was not going to happen in my lifetime. So I'm actually very thrilled about that. I honestly wish I'd been able to process it more thoroughly and respond more betterer to Tito. I'll be sure. I hope somebody here remembers to tell me to do that later. Because yeah, frankly, I had so thoroughly kind of like accepted that like there was no chance that like digital infrastructure was ever gonna like really even bother to try to make the internet more accessible in my lifetime, that the idea that it was happening or anything had been done in remotely was a foreign concept. So, are you asking? Yeah, I see. I understand what you were asking there. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that would be fine. That sounds nice. Yeah, the essence of it really is that like most good clinicians kind of understand that like especially okay, so my opinions are based in on this topic, right? Are based in no small part. Daddy needs more. That's funny. Um, that you have struggles, and that these struggles have an impact on your life. That is also reason enough. Yeah. Yeah. And I can't tell Darkcast in this context who is Daddy. I understand it's a joke, but I also don't understand what exactly you're saying with it at this moment. But yeah, so something to consider, right? Is most assuredly that like when it comes to mental health treatment, a lot of people just don't have any access. whatsoever. Wait, okay, I see. You meant the problem with Doctor acting in a more negative way. They think you're self-diagnosing, and if they consider that checking memes with, which show the ADHD experience as such, you don't know. Okay, I see. I got you. So a dark cast, they would not like maybe if maybe if they're really young they wouldn't, right? But if they're not young, in fact, mentioning something like that. Okay, actually, no. Okay. Give me like 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds to look this up. I'm looking up Kugelman. Very funny name. Kugelman. Performing. Yeah. So, there's this one paper called The Impact of Rudeness on Medical Team Performance, a randomized trial. I'll give you 10. That's funny. This is an example of some of his work, right? But that's actually A. Kugelman. J. Kugelman does other stuff. There's actually several different, professors who have the last name Kugelman. But, yes. Basically, the important part here is... Oh, I can tell you it again, right? The answer, Darkcast, is... A few of my friends have said that they have a lot of trouble focusing. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. A few of my friends have said that I have trouble focusing. Some of those friends also said that a lot of the problems I talk about seem pretty similar to what they used to deal with before they got diagnosed and treated for ADHD. And they recommended that I see if I have it, and that's why I'm here. Yes. Some of those friends also said that the issues that I have focusing remind them a lot of the issues they used to have before they got treated for ADHD. So, actually, no, instead of so, you would say, they recommended I see a psychiatrist to find out whether or not I have ADHD. I go see a psychiatrist about it and see if that's the issue. You need to appear agnostic about it, right? You don't personally... Basically, okay. I've been trying to verbalize this whole time and kind of not doing a great job. Whenever you go to a doctor's appointment, you have to ride this careful line between knowing, acting like you know, being humble, and pretending like you're a moron. Yeah. Reminded me. Focusing reminded them a lot of the issues they used to have before they were treated for ADHD. But yeah, they recommended I see a psychiatrist and see if that's that's the issue. Yeah, exactly, right? You need to ride this balance, right? There's a careful balance. Exactly, they can usually see if you're a moron or not. Yeah. but essentially, functionally, the way that it's talked about academically, right? Don't worry, you have to translate it to Spanish. That's funny, yeah. Mis amigos mencionan que yo tengo muchos problemas tensionando varias cosas durante el día y eh, yeah. Y ellos me dicen que yo necesito que debo let's see is it? I thought that attencionar was to pay attention. Is it instead a reflexive verb? What is the verb for to pay attention? Because even if it's not made up, I know that at best it's archaic. You don't know if that works in your favor. Psychologist told me to do that. Go to a professional. And your father's also said you sound like someone with ADHD. Yes. Actually, yeah. You're a psychologist. So wait. So okay, you have a psychologist. I see. So he's like, yeah, okay. Your psychologist. If they're like a psychologist, get them to write you a recommendation. Like a recommendation of diagnosis. That carries weight in gold. Yeah. Prestar attention. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It does. It makes things so much easier. It takes it from being a lengthy process to being instantaneous, nearly. I also thought you didn't have a psychologist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of assumed. But no, if you already have a psychologist, that is that's everything. Yeah. Like if they think you have ADHD, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I forgot, like, right, but that psychologist, if you can get them to write you a thing that says that they think you have that, right? Like basically what it is like the reasons they believe you should be tested for ADHD, right? And then you have all that actually in and of itself becomes all the reason you need to make the appointment. Even better if they can refer you to someone specific. Right? But if they can get you a letter like that, oh my fucking god, I cannot describe with words how much better that is. It turns it from a chance that you will be evaluated into they will evaluate you, and if they don't, they're probably not a terribly good clinician. And then you should take your letter and show it to someone else. So no matter what, make sure you make copies of your letter. That is to say, like, take pictures of it, maybe get a scan, that sort of thing. Then don't worry about that. The letter is what matters. The letter. Yeah, just get like an email, anything. Anything like that is just, it's so important. Yeah. That's fine. Just making sure that you get an email, some type of document, right? If you get a document from her, that's everything. Because that document, exactly, she can provide a report about you. Exactly. right? Because to those who have not been in the like medical system, I guess, it's complicated. But give me a sec. I think I need to reload my browser. Give me a moment. And reloaded my browser. There we go. Much better, I think. Yeah, perfect. Exactly, and that's all you need. That report is what you need. Because basically, yeah, like it does you so much good. Yeah, like there's just so many different things that it can do for you. Like, oh my god. But essentially, a lot of my opinions are not just from my a letter of what? What's the name? A clinical report about your case, and then their professional opinion. That so essentially, like, yeah, a clinical report about your case, and then you just need to tell them, especially as it pertains to the possibility you might have ADHD. Relatorio clínico, yeah, that would do it. Funny, but yeah, and like yeah, that shit would go it would go hard for sure. Do you want to know something really funny? Actually, yeah, what is your native language script? I'm curious now. I forgot. I feel like you told me this before. That was a nice rhyme. But, you know, as is par for the course. No, that was a fun, imperfect rhyme. Portuguese makes sense. Portuguese. Brazilian, eh? Interessant. It makes good logic sense. That tracks. Yeah. So, does anybody here know about Erwin Goffman and his face theory? I'm gonna switch to academic hamper real quick. Because I want to talk about Erwin Goffman's face theory. Or maybe it's a different person's face theory. I don't fucking remember. I don't care. But no, I'm pretty sure it's Goffman. Yeah. And then the way that you like look at things through the face theory is dramaturgical analysis. So, your contrarian senses are activating. That's funny. So basically, this is a very useful way to look at social situations. It's a very good sociological theory that is actually I'm gonna find I'm just gonna find the Wikipedia page. It's gonna do a good job. Sure. He's my favorite. He's the author of Stigma. Goffman. He's the man who coined the term stigma. He's a gigachad amongst gigachads. He's yeah, he's awesome. Yeah. Goffman, there we go. We want to look at his, we want his, works. We want... Yeah, that's right. Presentation of self in everyday life. That's the one. Yeah, basically, it's a model of, like, it's a model of social interaction that talks about, I thought I was going to put it on academic hamper, but no, I don't feel like it. It's a model of, like, interpersonal, like, interaction that basically lays out that people wear different faces in different situations for different purposes, and that basically what the reason for this and like what determines them are like your social roles and your needs in a situation, amongst other things, right? That like if you have like different needs for like certain situations, you will put on a different face for that situation. And so the face, and it's a different part of yourself, right? It's not pretending not to be you. That's quintessential to the theory. And it's a very good theory for this exact reason. It is not that it's you presenting a false version of yourself, no. It is you strategically choosing which parts of yourself you show, right? So, a great example of this is actually streamers, right? Streamers engage with, like, you can actually analyze streamers extremely effectively by what types of faces they use in terms of, like, what parts of themselves are they putting on display for you. You can also, in my opinion, determine with some variable degrees of likelihood, right? Variable degrees of accuracy, I mean. How likely it is that a streamer will be problematic. Yeah, exactly. People behave differently depending on the situation. News at 11, true. You are being too cynical, Meatball. This is one of the best theories ever constructed for social behavior for several reasons. One of which is its incredible utility in evaluating the whole of a person as it applies to the self, right? Because one of my very favorite things about all of this, because his dissertation is the presentation of self in daily life. Yes, a part of themselves, exactly, right? And whether that personality is a part of themselves, whether it's not, and like which parts of themselves they do and do not include in that personality tells you a lot about them. It also tells you quite a lot about how likely it is that they are going to be like problematic later down the line, all sorts of other things, right? And the reason for that is like actually really quite complex. But the long short of it really comes down to the fact that like, because mind you, like, his presentation, his dissertation, the presentation of the self in everyday life, it won a motherfucking book, right? Like it won an award, right? It won a sociology award from the American Sociological Association, right? You don't need to pay for it, Dork. You shouldn't need to pay for it. So, like, basically just ask them during your motherfucking appointment, right, to do the thing and to send it to you. Like, if you have to, like, if they don't do it the first time you ask, make sure they do it while you are on the motherfucking phone. Or, like, in your appointment, right? If you must. You shouldn't have to, but under no circumstances do you need to pay for it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yeah, there's not really a scenario where that's how that works. Yeah. Okay. I am trying to find a specific wand. And I'm trying to then improve the wand with this dealio. Okay. Now this 283 might be one of them. Those considering? I'm not sure. It's not informal. No, it is basically a representation. It's asking them basically to go on the record and say that they think you need to be evaluated for this condition. That's what it is, right? This is another option. Okay. This is another option. That's not a good one. But yeah, it's not. I would not use the word informal to describe this. Exactly. It's a report your psychologist will provide about your clinical case. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think this is the one. High mana, low capacity. Like, then again, let's see, it is not losing a small amount there, though. Yeah, shit, it does seem to be like it's mostly functional, isn't it? Maybe I'll leave it. But maybe not. So, Darkcast, like I said, you will tell them that you would like them to write a clinical, just like some type of like clinical report of some variety. Yeah, yeah, she has a whole study case. Yeah, exactly, right? A whole case study about you, right? So basically, all you need to do is tell them you want them to write that thing and send it to you. Exactly. Right? It's a one-page thing. Right? It's a one-page document. Yeah, it's just a one-page document, dude. It's not meant to be complicated. The whole thing is meant to be one page. Right? Maybe two. And if she doesn't write it while you're there, basically ask her to like if like if she'll do that after your appointment, or if if she needs to do it while she's like in the call with you, then do whatever she says. Like, whichever one is the case, do that. Yeah, simple as. No. Well, okay. So, if it's something where you can just like email her, she might be willing to do it for you right now. Right? You may not even need a cost, right? You may not even need to it's such a minor thing that it basically you pay for it by going to the appointment, right? It's what I would call generally within the scope of the services you receive as a patient. Yeah. 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 That's true. Okay. Yeah, like this is ordinary beyond comprehension. It's true, it is halfway done. True. Yeah, you have done half of this difficult task already. Really, you've done most of it. You just now need to like ask formally. Truly. Yes. What script said is true. Very much so. You know, maybe like this one is probably like, yeah, that's fine. Well, okay, I'll think about doing this one for a brief moment while I look at a few other options. So I feel like I had a few other things that I was thinking might be a good call for this. Like this guy. Actually, yeah. This one is a very good solid option. Whoops. Put that one there. Good shit. Okay. Now, got this guy. This guy. This guy. Now, where is this other one? Yeah, the 2004 one. This one is it's less. I do not need it. I gonna toss it. Let's just put it in the ceiling. It's true. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad real quick and I'll be right back. And then I'll talk a bit more about face theory. And whatnot. And the works of Erwin Goffman. Oh yes, this is the one I was thinking of, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. Can't tell though. Ah, this is the wand I've already worked on in the past. Perfect. But this is the one I think that I just decided what, like 1200 was fine. It's certainly good enough. So it's not in need of further improvement in that respect. Okay. Let's see here. Let's grab this fella real quick, like. That's right, I remember now. Yeah, it was nothing special. Excellent. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. I wanted to see really quick, like, how this two spell combo worked. Terribly. Terribly is the answer. Now, do I have remove bounce easily accessible? No, I don't. Oh well. I see. So it inconsistently sort of functions. I can't fucking tell. It's fine. I'm just gonna toss this one because I don't need it anymore. Put the freeze charge on here as well. Okay. Now let's look a bit more for the one I was, in fact, looking for. Okay. Now we say yes then. Egg wandering around the same thing. I see, let's see. So I'm gonna read backwards. So Darkcast says she's on a vacation though. She told me she may answer questions. There were issues, so again. Can ask online. To which both of you said, I wouldn't do that. So if you feel you have a good enough relationship with your physician, where rather your psychologist, right? Do it. I am just skeptical of such a thing.
Do it.
But if you feel that's the case, do it. Right? And if it were framed like, you know, I'm taking you up on your word about doing this, but, you know, I need some, but, you know, like a friend told me it'd probably be helpful to get, like, a clinical report. Or just say, could I have a clinical, like, report saying that I have this thing so that it's easier for me to, like, get an appointment? Right? And then there you go. There you go. That's good. But the reason we say no is because there are. It's just. I'm not going to get into it. Actually, it's complicated. There are reasons for it, but if you feel that it's fine, it's probably fine. Okay, now we'll do the remove bounce trick with the octagonal bolt bundle with the infestation. Will that work? wonder. No. Really? How odd. That's actually pretty unexpected. Weird. Okay then. Email time about the possibly looking for a psychiatrist to investigate an already validated by herself ADHD diagnosis. And if she could provide a clinical report about your case in order to sustain that, yeah, that would work. Now, we say yes. Yes, she will say if there is a cost. Yeah, at the end you can just append, yeah. Like, and if there would be any cost for it, let me know. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed, lock in. It is an important thing. And I can understand that, Darkcast. Okay, then don't do that. Because, well, okay, the thing is, you're asking a binary question, Darkcast. Can you send me this? That's it. It's a binary question. That's all you need to do. It's a yes or no question. And you will get a yes or no answer. And if it's a yes, then, like, yeah. So, like, depending, and yeah, you just do the thing, and we can talk about the other things later. Because there's nothing really else to talk about aside from that. Yeah. Because it's important. Mm-hmm. I am proud of you. It's true. You made an important step. You made a decision. It's good. It's impressive. Okay, then we got this guy. This one gets this. Oh, it already had that. That's fine. And this guy does not need this really, but it's fine. Yeah. I'll grab this. Flip-flop these. And get rid of the trash wand. Perfect. Very good. That's very funny. I'm sorry, I didn't know the Eldritch being limited themselves by yes or no questions. Frankly appalled, and I will be submitting an appeal to the Eldritch Guild you're part of. Before what? She doesn't answer until the day we're supposed to be on call. I mean, it's okay, dude. Here's the thing. Once you send it, you did the thing. You did the thing. And that's the hardest part. It's okay. As long as you sent, and let us know once you've done the thing so we can all be very proud of you. Well, because then we can heap praise upon you. Because frankly, you deserve it. You may return, you may not. Understood? Understood? Understood. It can be very difficult doing these types of things. Yeah, foregoing to take shower is, yeah, that's just an important thing to do. Taking the shower, that is. Okay. We have that guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. Oh, this one needs a null shot. Do I have a null shot on here? I don't. Well, there's a null shot right there. Well, how incredibly convenient. I'm gonna grab that. And you get the null shot. And I might just also give it this. Next, you'll say this is something usual of ADHD averagers. It is. It is. That's funny. Okay. It's 840. Eh. I think that's it's round trip. I think. Good, good. And this is a bunch of ducks. I see. Okay. And what is the intrinsic speed multiplier here? $94.94. Yeah. It's bad enough in other ways. I'm just gonna toss it on the. Okay. Oh, this one, I absolutely, I have absolutely no need for this turn. Like, just utterly trash wand. Why am I holding? Does it have an exceptional speed multiplier or something? Let's see. Because if the answer's no, then you're out of here, pal. See. at 1.07. I mean, that is fast, but frankly, the other stats are terrible. So it's gotta go. Okay. Now this one could work. We could buff the hell out of this one if we really wanted to, but is that sensible? Oh, actually, it's got a 0.83 speed multiplier. That is actually kind of awesome. Maybe that could be somewhat worthwhile. We'll find out here in a minute. I need to give it... we'll toss the infestation on it, maybe? Yeah. We'll do that in a bit. We'll start messing about with it, because that sounds like fun. Oh, also, I wanted to test out this build. I see it does not work that well when aimed downwards. What about that way? Or it only works the first time, question mark? I have so many questions. I don't feel that there are any answers to these questions. It is possible they will answer. I do not know. To your yes/no question, who gives a shit? You generally ask, what do I need to do to get such and such? I agree, it is part of her job duties. Yeah, that is extremely true, frankly. Yeah, it is part of her job duties. And if they don't know, that is a astonishingly remarkable level of incompetence, the likes of which, frankly, are unlikely. Yeah, the odds of that are very remarkably low. Now, what about phasing ducks with projectile area teleport, huh? 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 What about that, huh? 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 What do you think of them apples? The phasing ducks strike again. But the recharge time fucks it up. That's what I think of those, of that, I suppose. So, let's actually do this, this, that, and that. Wait, what? I ran out of mana so fast. I see why I gave it the add mana. Yeah, like there's this whole thing with like the psychiatric, like, and hey there, how you doing? Zen Scratch Coder, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. We were just talking about psychology, psychiatry, and being a patient in such things, and like the specifics that are often required, and all that jazzy stuff. And that was certainly a whole ass thing. But how are you doing today? this one. Got this one. Okay. Remove bounce. I mean, hey, that is kind of ideal. And in fact, it's the size we're looking for a compact demonstration wand of infestation and its specific interactions with remove bounce. Perfect. I would also like to snag the explosive projectile off of this. Not going to school because you're sick, but it means you get a day off. I mean, hey, that's awesome. I say that's a good thing. Heck yeah. Good stuff. Sorry to hear you're sick, though. That's always a bit rough. Put this here. And let's just toss this particular spell. Over here. There we go. Let's find that. I think the infestation build, I think I moved it over to the blue wand over here. Indeed I did. Wait. It's also this wand. It is empty. There we go. Much better. That way I'm not going to forget that one again. Whee! Oof. That was quite the neck. Feeling. Alright. And then snag that. Wrong thing. Darn it.
Goodbye.
I guess I'm gonna put that there, it's fine. Snag that. Good, good, good. And there we are. Yes. It's perfect. Sweet dreams, Meatball. I hope you have a lovely evening. And nice, pleasant dreams. But yeah, if you guys didn't know, I've just discovered this fantastic, extremely compact, very, very, very highly functional build. In Noita. It is remove bounce. This is an always cast with remove bounce. Explosive projectile. Double spell. Infestation. Chainsaw. Simple. Look what it... Actually, you know what? I will fly over to the damage statue to actually give you the damage numbers. Yeah. Yeah. An easy peasy 11,000, just like that. But let's hold down the trigger for a few moments, maybe. Wait, did it vaporize the statue? You don't see that every day. You do not see it vaporize the statue every day. Like, genuinely, that almost never happens. Like, you see it get chopped in half, right? Oh, wait, no, it just moved. Thank God. I was like, what the hell happened there? But yeah. So. Let's see. How high can we get that damage number on 1 bar of mana? 27,000 damage. Now, of course, some of this damage is coming from the, frankly, extremely pitiful Like, I mean, it is a lot of frames. Relative to how many frames we were having in the past, it's just a lot of frames. Welcome on in, Z3i7. I'm glad to have you. How do you like my new Fun Wand build? That's very easy and compact and not at all complicated to use. It's just remove bounce, explosive projectile, infestation, chainsaw, then the double spell there, yeah. It's extremely, extremely simple. In fact, I'm clipping it. Yeah. There we go. I saved the clip. We all good. YouTube. Share YouTube. Good stuff. I will make another version of this, like, wand build later. Summoning the sun, it's true. It's true. It does need more explosive projectile. Like, you're not wrong. Right? But, you know. Oh, goody. I regained 9 health. How funny. But yeah. So, like, this build is, it's not that hard to do or complicated, and I think that's what's beautiful about it. And I'm really honestly kind of proud of that because, like, it works so well, and it's not difficult. Like, it's really easy, and it chews things up, and I think that's great. Yeah. Because, you know, people have long looked at the bounce spells, including remove bounce, as unuseful and lame. And frankly, I'm out to change that because they're not that. They're actually kind of all right. They're not like amazing, right? But they're moderately all right. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna toss this one. I want it. I mean, then again, wait, no. What's this recharge time? Nah, it's. I mean, 1.5. No, I don't want it. True Orbit's rough enough to use, right? But this, no, I mean, no thanks. What the hell was I cooking with this one? Oh, I get it. Sort of? What a silly wand! That's actually really funny. What an absurd little goofy ass wand. I kind of love that. That's great. So this wand, I guess if I felt like it, I could use the Delio to make it with the high mana low capacity to make it a bit better. But the thing is, it doesn't stand. It neither stands to lose or gain very much, frankly. As a consequence of this, I'm electing to toss the entire wand because it also has no particularly interesting intrinsic speed multiplier. Actually, wait, no. I've got an idea. Let's give this a go. Exciting. It produces glitter bombs. Now produces even more glitter bombs. What do you make of that? Pretty astonishing and incredible thing, right? It's not, but you know. It's terrible, really. Honestly, it's kind of funny how bad that is. It's a humorous joke. Now this explosion of thunder wand, I do not need. I do not need this. Okay. And into the pit this terrible wand goes. Now this wand is also pretty bad. Does it have an impressive... Wait, oh, I actually, what? 8-4. Ah, god damn it. Why does it have to be like this? Why are the fun speed multipliers always on trash wands? That's what I want to know. Why is Noita like this? You know, I don't care, actually. I don't feel like keeping it, actually. Just, that's trash enough that I'm unwilling to put up with it. Unwilling. And this particular wand does not really impress me. Now, this one is not my only always cast lightning bounce, but this is only missing one thing. This. This might work. Nah. Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. What's happening? Oh, welcome on in. Good to see you. Mariovar. I am doing a few experiments with lightning bounce. So, out of all of the spells in Noita, Freezing Gaze has the most projectiles, period. Thusly, when you attach any kind of damage modifier to it, right, like this electric charge, right, this is actually adding not 3 damage, but 30 damage, because it is 10 projectiles. So, similarly, right, or rather, I guess, another thing about Freezing Gaze is that it already possesses 1 to 3 bounces, I think, or something like that. So when you give it bounce, it means it can do a lot more bouncing. Observe. And then with this, each bounce is another lightning explosion. Right? So me firing it just one time is producing a whole bunch of lightning explosions. Observe even further. It even gets quite a lot of range. And, yeah, it's excellent. And this can be extended to any of the bounce modifiers, the explosive bounce, etc., right? And it works quite well. It is, frankly, pretty darn effective. Now, let's reduce the spread a bit on this. And now it's a more compact weapon of destruction. I love it. I have yet to do a whole lot of experiments with lightning bounce. But one of these days soon, I will have done more experiments. And it will be great. But yeah, I'm still working on doing those experiments because we're not quite there yet. I'm still working my way through, you know, like, what do you call it? Lightning bounce, no, explosive bounce and remove bounce. Because they are very interesting spells that, frankly, there's not a lot of information about them. Yeah. There is not a lot of information about them. Okay. And that is so much warm blood. That is too much warm blood. Oh, 1.1 speed multiplier. That's nice. But thank you for joining, Mariovar. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? Did I get it right? Mariovar? Let's see. And we learned that the cart does not really interact much at all with anything. That's funny. That's great. Got that. And this guy's just a bunch of chain spell. This is always cast lightning arc. However, given the mana intensive nature of that spell, this particular one is not up to the task of handling that. Now, does it have any other exceptional qualities worth keeping around? It certainly don't look like it. Okay, grab that, move this. I guess I'll snag the multicast. Yeah, no, it's got a totally ordinary speed multiplier of 1.0. Okay, good to know. Let's see. Oh, I see this one has got a freakishly fast speed multiplier. Good to know. Very good. See some more freezing gaze. But what really is the purpose of this wand? Does it have one? Does this wand have anything really going for it? Yes, it does. It's got a 1.14 speed multiplier. Good to know. We'll do this. Yeah, this is just fine. That's funny. I love it. That's fun. Oh, there's all of those. Oh, perfect, actually. That's actually great. Now, this is excellent. Very good, very good. However, I do need another double. Good, good. Okay. .06. That is terribly unimpressive, I don't feel. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Let's see. So this one, 9.93. That is a lengthy ass recharge, or yeah, recharge time, ain't it? Sure is. That's right. This one was one I kind of designated for like it always cast. Yeah. Let's see here. Explosion on drunk. 6:30. Why did I set this one aside? Doesn't appear to have very much going for it. Oh, I see. It's got a 1.1 speed multiplier. Good to know. That's really quite funny. I can see why I set that one aside too. This is a very... Floating arc is very strange with concentrated light. I would love to mess about with that more later. Then we got this guy. What exactly is this one doing? Lizard! Lizard! It is true, lizard. Lizard. You speak the truth. Oh my goodness, that's exciting. My speaker is working again. I can plug that back in. So 1.04. I mean, is this wand really worth holding on to in at least? I guess not really. Yeah, no, nothing less than 800 is really that. I guess it's kind of trash, really. Okay. Unless it's got something else worthwhile. even this guy. Like, what's your speed multiplier? If it's good, maybe. Projectile area teleport. I don't know about that. That's not exactly the word. That's got exactly 1.0. That is not at all worth it. Yeah, we'll just put this here. Scooch this stuff. I don't exactly need this tactical bundle. Oh gosh. Yellow Bombi, what's up? Oh, sorry. I was I'm still streaming actually, and I just got distracted. I know, and we starting that around when? Like, definitely let's go with 8 then. When are you heading back? Alrighty then. Well, I guess I'll see you in about an hour. Good stuff. I'll try to respond to your text message if I can muster the energy. Alright, love. See you soon. That's a great idea, love. I think I'll do just that. You're so smart. Alrighty. See you soon. Toodaloo. Ren reminded me I needed an Adderall. I'm gonna do that. Ren is so smart. Very good, very good. Okay. So I'm gonna put this one over here to designate. I would like to take the spells off of it soon. Nice. And then this one, it does not have anything exceptional about it. Eh. Oh wow, that does have some exceptional ass shit about it. The plasma beam bounce one. It's 0.87. That's crazy. It says 1.08. Yeah. That's not especially good now, is it? I guess it's something. This one, however, is just kind of moderately terrible. Yeah, I mean, it's got 0.93, but that's not really what I'd call a sufficiently redeeming quality. Okay, now this one, what's its speed multiplier there? .03, insufficient is what it is. So 21, I mean, I guess if I find myself strapped for like storage, then this will do. Oh. Yes, do tell. Do tell, Darkcast. Round 15. You did a thing. You tried to speedrun the stages. Ah, yes, I remember that. Yes, I remember you talking about this. You do not do that. That is good to know. Yes, you did not communicate that very clearly. You, in fact, communicated the opposite. So I'm glad to know that you meant differently. I'm not gonna lie. I was concerned. I was concerned. So thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. You see, this is why I often say things like communication is hard. Because it really is. Communication's really difficult, man. It's not easy. It's difficult stuff, I say. If I do this, and then what is it? This is terribly goofy. Wait. What if I also do this? Now, what if I also? Ah, that's so stupid. I absolutely love how dumb this wand build is. This is such a stupid wand build. This is what I call ridiculous. Now, what if I flip-flop that infestation? Oh my god. That is so much more chaotic. I don't know that it's better, though. It's a lot more chaotic. It's substantially more dangerous, I'd say. God, that is silly. It's true. Chaotic is the blood perk. You are totally right about that. It is very chaotic. It's so true. Gosh, that's funny. I am amused. Okay. Now we've got this guy. Actually, this... I think I found the perfect candidate. Yeah. This is the perfect candidate to do high mana low capacity on until there's only one or two slots, and then keep doing it, and then yeah, just like crank it up until it's an incredible wand, and then just add the slots back with extra wand capacity. This is gonna be great. So right now it's got 980, 305 recharge. I want to know. Wait. Is it just more mana? Like mana max? Actually, I'm just going to do it to find out. Wait, find out. Okay. No, it's both. You get both. You get both, guys. It's so good. Oh, I've actually seen Ranking of Kings. I have a lot of feelings about it. It's really weird. It's a really weird show, man. Hell yes. Oh fuck yeah. Now we are at 1448 and 853. Okay. Let's see. Give me a minute. I'm delighting about this. This is too much fun. Okay, so yet another thing came randomly to mind. You watched Ranking of Kings? Season 2 is fill and sort of ranks act fun. That is actually good to know. I think I may have stopped at like partway through season 2, I think. So I'm glad to know. I will resume watching it. Maybe that's why I have weird feelings about it. I like that the main character is just like I like the main character in many respects, right? Although personally I wish she was I guess a little bit more vindictive. Right? Because I think he deserves to be a bit more vindictive, given how the world has treated him. Like, sure, I like that he's got a heart of gold, but you can be vindictive sometimes and still have a heart of gold, right? And it making me, I guess it'd make it easier for me to like stomach the nature of the character. God. Yes, 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 yes. I stand by that. Okay. Now, I would like to grab a couple of different ones for this so that I can really get the most out of the faster ones bit. I mean, it's true. Like, you speak the truth. He, like, the thing is, like, I guess what I just want him to be a bit more savage, right? I want him to engage in more savagery. The reason is that he lives in a very savage world, and many of the people who are terrible to him deserve savagery, right? No, no, no. I don't want him to be angrier. I want him to, you know, engage in a bit more justifiable, like, I suppose cruelty might be, it's a bit, that's a step too far, right? I don't want him to be cruel. I want him to be a bit more savage, right? Like, the closest he comes to being like that savage is when he like pantsers those fellas during like season 1, I'm pretty sure, right? To kind of like show them, haha, you have been defeated by a small child. No. I want him to, you know, be a bit more of like an agent of justice in the world, right? In like a more cosmic and like savage manner, right? Right? Like I want him to satisfy my my specific eldritch inclinations of eye for an eye. Is that right? No. Yes, justice is savage. I stand by that. I don't agree. Darkcast, you're rage baiting. You're being disingenuous. It's funny, but you're being disingenuous. Right, it's kind of like how young kids, like young disabled kids. No, Darkcast, it's like they do pebble grenade. Edgy anime characters quintessentially engage in pebble grenade behavior. Right? The pebble is thrown at them. They retaliate with a grenade. It's how they are. And another word for that, in my opinion, is genuine insanity. Heinously unhinged, mayhaps, is another phrase. Utterly ridiculous is yet another. Let's see. I was not prepared to do the faster wands thing at this moment. But that's what showed up. So that's what we're dealing with. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this one, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess that's fine, but I mean, we'll do that. That's all good. I don't agree. I do not agree. So it's kind of like a disabled kid with like when a disabled kid retaliates against an able-bodied kid who is bullying them for their disability by using their crutch to smack the able-bodied kid's shin. That's justice. I can't speak to whether it's right or wrong, but in my eyes, that's justice. The main character is disabled. Yes, justice. Is what is fair not just? I mean, I'm being a little facetious, right? Because that's not always the case. But I as Hamper the Elder Slime will tell you precisely what justice is. You see, justice is a metaphysical force that flows through creatures, you see. And when somebody enacts justice in the world, it is something that is thusly it is something you enact into the world, right? It is a metaphysical force that is I'm not talking about justice systems. These are strange things that like mortal creatures make to blame each other for problems and toss each other into cages. Um, and sometimes they used to deliver lashings, but they don't do that anymore, it seems, as much. They just treat them worse for longer periods of time. And as a consequence, justice in this sense is that which is fair, but it is a multifaceted and complex thing. It is what is justifiable, reasonable, and right to some extent. In what situation, what ratios are present varies considerably. Thusly, it is not a simple thing to define. You cannot cross. Me and my eldritch homies do not like the metaphysical non-realm. What are you talking about? You mean the physical world? the physical world sucks, bro. Well, I mean, eldritch creatures, but definitionally belong in metaphysical. They exist within the metaphysical spaces. I don't think I understand your joke. Clearly, I misunderstood something. It's a double jab at it. I see. But yeah, I mean, like, there is justice as it exists in the world, right? But if you want, like, my answer as a person, justice is what you can enforce with your own two hands. It is fairness that you can enforce with your own two hands in this life. That's the answer. Well, that's not necessarily true. They exist. Yeah, you're right. A universe. Yeah. Right. And metaphysical, like, they exist in upper dimensional spaces, right? Things that oftentimes, you know, the plebeians of the mortal plane will call, metaphysical spaces. When in reality, they're just spaces, just like any other. Silly, silly plebeian humans. That's nonsense. It's good nonsense. I like it. Well, no, you mistake. It is vengeance. There's a difference. I'm gonna run an ad real quick, and I will lay out some concepts for you. Oh dear, I need one more projectile. This will do. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Not that great for performance, but gorgeous. Okay. But yes. Alright, Darkcast. Let me lay out the truth for you. Let me lay it out how it is. I'm feeling silly. What can I say? So, revenge and vengeance are quite different in my eyes, yes. Certainly in the eyes of, you know, hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime, but I would argue also just, in general, that they're quite different, right? Vengeance is, like, trust me, dude, I understand. I don't give a shit about that. Like, I'm drawing a distinction. I mean, I am interested in taking a look at what the two different definitions are. Now, if you're interested in doing me a favor, you can also, like, you can also clip the definitions. Because I'll read them one after the other. Revenge. Harm done to someone as a punishment for harm that they have done to someone else. And then, the Oxford definition. Revenge. Something that you do in order to make somebody suffer because they have made you suffer. Or revenge for something, which is in a sport. Which is fascinating. Defeat of a person or team that defeated you in the previous game. Neat. Weird, but neat. So these are two different approaches to revenge that are actually totally different. Fascinating. Like, they're totally different, like, fucking definitions. That's fucked up. Vengeance. The punishing of someone for harming you or your friends or family, or the wish for such punishment to happen. Vengeance. Action against someone to punish that person for having hurt you. Vengeance. Yes. And that is the Cambridge definition. And then lastly, vengeance from the Oxford definition. The act of punishing or harming someone in return for what they have done to you, your family, or your friends. So, regardless of any of these definitions, mind you, I love these definitions, they're great, lovely, but also it's fucked up that they're, like, so different. Right? Like, that's fucked up, bro. But yeah, personally, I mean, fair about that, yeah. But, like, here's my issue with these definitions. Firstly, it's that wow, 0.81? What a fucked up speed multiplier, dude. That's actually kind of amazing. I need to give this something to make it... I'll give it the ad mana to make it clear it's worth messing with. And I'd like to give it the heavy shot, but I don't want to, like, basically disarm... Well, I guess I already have... I have plenty of wands of this nature, don't I? I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But yes. So, my definition for, like, vengeance, in addition to being a separate metaphysical force from justice, which, mind you, of course, justice has subsidiary forces, one of which is vengeance. Whereas revenge is an act. It is merely a thing you do. Vengeance is... But, like, for a more serious answer for you is that vengeance is the like, actual... You're quite funny. You're quite funny, Darkcast. I mean, you know, we know that's true. And and yeah, I have long worn most of my beliefs, some of my beliefs on my sleeves, so it's fine. But in either case, basically, right, what we're looking at here is that vengeance is not fully justified. It's excessive by nature, right? Revenge is often, but not always, more measured. That's the minor distinction I draw. Yeah. That revenge is frequently, but not always, more measured, and can some of the time be done through third parties, whereas vengeance cannot, right? You can obtain revenge through a third party, but you cannot yourself obtain vengeance unless you do it with your own two hands. I said revenge can be. Can. Not is. Can. That it's capable of being that way. Whereas vengeance cannot be. Vengeance is unbridled. Vengeance is excessive. Vengeance, like most of the time, what edgy anime characters do is vengeance, not revenge. They take it many steps too far. They abuse their power in doing so, right? This is vengeance, but not revenge. That said, some of the time, vengeance can also be revenge. I think that when it's taken too far, it ceases to be revenge. And it becomes something else entirely. Yeah. That's my perspective on it. The distinctions I chose mean nothing to you? Do they really seem that unimportant to you? Yeah, dude. Well, not the thing is though, that's some situations that can be the case, right? But there are situations when the person obtaining revenge for somebody else has no personal feelings in the matter, right? Vengeance is fundamentally personal. It is not unimportant. You mean, well, but no. There's a difference between not unimportant and important. They are separate things. The distinction, too, matters. Fucking words, man. Okay. No. Yeah, we'll just flip-flop these. Yeah, that's fine by me. Oh, Batman? Remember I said that some of the time that the revenge and the vengeance take a step too far, right? And it becomes something else. Batman is something else entirely. Batman has the means to make Gotham a better place, and instead of doing that, he chooses vengeance that has become so twisted as to become a fucking ailment, a sickness of the mind, the likes of which is incomprehensible. They are evil beyond measure. I hate Batman. Terrible. Like, it's a fine comic, but, like, I hate Batman as a character. I think he's a terrible person. I refuse to acknowledge that statement as anything but rage bait. Well, no, vengeance is not... So, revenge is usually implicitly a little justified, at least. Right? Vengeance is intrinsically, to start, by definition in my eyes, right? Not like in truth or in any external reality, right? But just in my eyes. Vengeance to me is an intrinsically justified thing. When a person obtains vengeance, part of what makes it justified is that it is personal, and that it is it's a personal thing being done to, like, right an interpersonal wrong, right? So Darkcast, I agree that Batman should have killed Joker a long time ago. And that his opinions on, like, guns and, like, killing people are hypocritical. And a bit nonsensical, frankly. Oops. But the fact of the matter is that, like, nah. Yeah, like, he has the monetary means to fix the systemic problems that cause crime in the first place, and he instead chooses to, like, pummel and beat the shit out of various criminals, right? It's nonsense. Like, he really is doing a bad there, right? He's doing a motherfucking bad, and it's not good, man. Okay, so I could do it on that one. Or I could do it on this one would benefit kind of exponentially more. Yeah, that one would benefit exponentially more. Yeah. Right, so, like, in my eyes, like, it's very much just like a thing where, like, Batman just kind of, like, yeah, he's being ridiculous, right? Whereas, as I see, like, vengeance is, like, in some, like, it's direct, right? Script, you're saying that vengeance is a complex revenge, right? Now, I can sort of get behind that, right? Because to me, like in some respects, it's like I'd say it's more direct, but yeah, it's more it's like more emotionally invested and like it's a lot more tied up in what like vengeance really is, right? Vengeance like definitionally in my eyes, it needs to be emotionally like yeah, it's more elaborated, exactly, right? It needs to be more like there's more emotionally invested in the word vengeance in my eyes than in revenge at minimum, right? When we're comparing these two words, which is I think it's really what that definition is about. Revenge is not fiery. Vengeance is, or maybe if revenge is fiery, then vengeance is so fucking hot, like it has become white hot, and the flames are no longer visible to the naked eye, right? Exactly. Revenge also is much more like short in time span, whereas vengeance can be something done over the course of a lifetime, right? Executed to like perfection to achieve something usually horribly unhinged. I'd say vengeance too is just kind of way more unhinged than revenge, right? And that would be a really big distinction as well. Water. Hey, we got an average roll. I'll take it. But yeah, that's generally kind of my thoughts on these things because it can be complicated. But yeah, generally in my eyes, like these types of distinctions, they matter kind of like a lot, you know. You know. You know. Yeah. Well, I guess it might be ideal to like max out a pair of wands and just kind of see which one kind of turns out better, reverse mana charge or not. Let's find out. Although this one is odd numbered, do I care enough about it? Like, I mean, it's a good wand, but like, do I care? I really don't care that much.
Darkcast missed the whole thing. That's the funniest shit ever. Well, no, there's also... Yeah, well, in Spanish, that was venganza, yeah. I thought there was also a word, like, revenganza. Right? Because, and in that sense, isn't the distinction retaliatory? That's what I thought. I could be mistaken. But, vendetta in England, in Italy, interesting. Fascinante. But regardless, it don't matter much. A roach in your room for some unknown reason. Well, that's fucked up, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, man, that would not surprise me especially much, yeah. They were the same root. Makes sense. But yeah, like, major thing about it, right, is the, like, it's gotta, like, yeah, so, at Darkcast, what you missed was that, God, how do I even, like, distill it again, because, yeah. Actually, Script, I could use your help here, because I forgot. Yeah, nah, the first time I put all my energy in answering you the first time, Darkcast, I'm sorry. I can't do it again. Normally I try to go ahead and do it again, but I can't this time. I do not have the means in my brain. Okay. Yeah, it was, basically, you got two options, Darkcast. Hope that, Script can, figure it out and, or, like, distill, like, the difference that I laid out quickly, but I don't expect you to do that, Script. It's just, if you can, do so. If you can't, don't worry about it. But either that or, rewind the VOD, because frankly, I don't... my brain. That's all I gotta say is my brain. Oh, it was just like if you had the means, if you remembered well enough what the difference was, right? Between the two? Yeah. Revenge and Vengeance, yeah. To type that out, yeah. But if you're not able, then don't worry about it. Also, part of me, in my heart of hearts, just wants to say, you're lost? Me too. Me too, pal. That much is true. And yeah, Vengeance also needs to be more direct. Let's see. So it needs to be more direct. Vengeance tends to be more like unhinged and takes place over a longer period of time. It must be personal. It must be like I would say that it's a more deeply and like a deeply emotional experience, right? And like act. So, like, I would say that vengeance is like 4 parts emotion, 3 parts action, whereas whereas revenge is like 2 parts emotion, 4 parts action. Right? And that distinction matters, right? I mean, I think you got the vibe. Don't worry about a script. I think you got the vibe better, but based my intuition is that Darkcast has looked back at the VOD. He's now looking back at the VOD. That is my intuition. It could easily be wrong. Would not be the first time. And now let's, for the sake of giggles and shits, toss this always cast onto this wand. Is it gonna be a winner? No, but we'll see. You were waiting, I see. In that case, well, let's see what the always cast turned out to be. Actually, sort of ideal for this wand setup, actually. That's kind of great. Fantastic, actually. Exactly, there's a reason that the 2 distinct words exist, right? Revenge is more like, it's, I guess, like more directly retaliatory, right? I mean, that's, like, not, I'm sure it's not always the reason, but I'm saying that it definitely is here, right? Yeah, but let's just not worry about that, Darkcast. What we're talking about is why, like revenge is, like I said, it's more action than emotion. Vengeance is more emotion than action, but also it's carried out over a longer period of time. It's usually, I guess, so okay, here's another distinction. There are 2 types of vengeance. There are many types of revenge. Right? There are just many, like, incalculable varieties and numbers of types of revenge. But I would argue there's only really 2 types of revenge, or vengeance. And those 2 types, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's not enough for me to do on the reroll. And those 2 types, and I know that's fine, but, like, I love talking about this shit. It's fun. It makes me giggle. It's fun. But yeah, like, fundamentally, the biggest, like, distinction here is also the, like, vengeance is either a in the moment type of thing, like a very fast type of retaliatory, like, revenge, I guess. But in that case, it's always excessive, always emotionally charged, and often the wrong thing to do. The other type of vengeance is long-term, calculated. Also the wrong thing to do, usually, but more ethically. Not just wrong thing as in a poor strategic choice, but also, like, a bad ethical choice. And it's not usually localized to just the person who wronged you, or whomever. It's often several degrees of separation out, and willing to accept collateral damage. That's really the key distinctions here, right? Revenge isn't usually that broad of a net, right? Oh my fucking god, like, that's hilarious. Perfect. Like, script, fucking like that is, yeah, yeah. There you go. That said, they said the revenge was broader. That's funny as shit, actually. Um, but I guess that to me is because I have that like extra subset, right? But like, that's fair. And I like to me though, I don't know. The vengeance seems. I guess okay. I also feel like vengeance is, yeah, like it's less likely to be the right thing to do for a lot of reasons. Mostly, in no small part, possibly because you could have easily misjudged the like guilt of the person, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I'm done till you. Venganza. Vengeance. The punishing or harming of somebody in return for what they have done to you, your family, or friends. Harm that they've done to someone else is the revenge. Okay. Punishing or harming somebody in return they've done to you, your family, friends. So you or your family, friends. Something you do in order to make somebody suffer because they made you suffer. So just yourself, which is more personal. I'm now realizing my personal definitions are assuredly just the way they are because of specific peculiarities about like how I am as a person. I guess yeah, yeah. Because like a lot of these things like I think that most people probably wouldn't make a meaningful distinction between the emotional investment, right, of each party, right? Vengeance. From Wiktionary. Revenge taken for an insult, injury, or other wrong. Revenge. Any form of personal retaliatory action against an individual, institution, or group for some alleged or perceived harm or injustice. Take revenge for a particular harmful action or on behalf of its victim to avenge. Take one's revenge on or upon somebody, to take vengeance, to revenge itself. So then let's look also at avenge. To take vengeance, exact satisfaction for, by punishing the injuring party, to vindicate by inflicting pain or evil on the wrongdoer. Interesting. So, okay. I guess to me, the word avenge is more like what I perceive vengeance to be. Yeah. Yeah. So Darkcast, let's first like lay out that you going back to what? Boji? As in you're watching the Ranking of Kings, you mean? The character, you mean? That's his name, right? Okay, thank you. I just had to make sure. Yeah, I kind of wish the Boji was a bit more sadistic as a character. Yeah. I just am not. I don't find him realistic. Right. I just don't find him that interesting or compelling as a character, right? Because I don't know anybody like that, even remotely. I've never met a person that pure-hearted in my entire life. I've met a lot of people. Okay, like, believe it or not, I have known a vast number of people. Right? I've never once known somebody so pure-hearted. I don't think they exist. And if that's like the fictional story you're trying to tell, I guess that's fine, whatever. I'm not gonna find that especially compelling or interesting, sure, but like, whatever. There's a difference though, right? There's a difference between not punching back and what Boji is doing. Boji inherently, right, has no particular inclination towards making other people suffer for any reason, deserved or not, right? I've met people like that, but I've never met somebody like that who was also proficient in any way at violence, right? Yeah. You think it would also undermine the fairy tale aspect of this? What do you mean? Elaborate. Because you might well be right, I just don't quite know what you mean. They're sort of idealized characters, although half of them hide their true nature. Yeah, that's quite true, right? And like, I guess I also take issue with the concept of purity as a whole, right? So Boji is framed as a pure character, right? Like he's some kind of like pure being of some variety, like untainted, untarnished, and whatnot. First off, this is an unhinged and, I think, both unrealistic and patently absurd idea on its face. the concept of purity as it applies to human beings and like their character and whatnot. There is no such thing, and I will not be moved on such a point of like argument, because frankly, people are like people are base creatures, as it were, right? They have like there's some people who don't have like violence built into them. That's true. I don't think that's purity. What that is just an inability to do violence, right? I don't see that, right? Just nothing to it. Boji is also portrayed as an incomplete, and I think that's fucked up, because I don't think Boji is incomplete. He's not, right? He's just a nonverbal autistic kid, and that's, or has some other intellectual deficit. It's unclear, right? And that's fine. I'm glad that there's a main character like that, but I think it's fucked up that they portray him as like incomplete. That's what I don't like about the show. He got stolen from, you know, all his strength and shit. I mean, I understand. You know, he's got his strength and character stolen by devil. Like, I get that, right? I get that. It's why I have weird feelings about the show, right? It's weird. Because, like, that's a neat idea and a fine plot point and all that shit. But it's just perpetuating the same, like, stereotypes and whatnot we've seen a million times. I don't much care for it. Coming of age story ends when the kid grows up too much as a person. I guess maybe it comes back to the fact that I don't really like coming of age stories. I kind of hate them, actually. I've never actually read or seen a coming of age story that I didn't, at best, feel bittersweet about. Right? There was some amount of bitterness in my heart and soul about the story. I just don't find them compelling. I like Overlord, where the main character's OP. Sure. I mean, it depends on your definition of OP. For by the grace of the gods, that's a good one. What's ISTJ? Let me pull up my anime list real quick. You swear to God. I see it. I've never seen that one before. Neat. You learn something every day. Okie dokie. Give me a moment. Pulling up my anime list. There we are. Found it. Now it just needs to load. Let's see. Come on, bud. You can load. I believe in you. I believe in you. Nausea was pretty good. I liked Goblin Slayer season 2. It was pretty alright. I really liked Monster Meat. Past the Monster Meat, milady. 1:30. You gotta go, folks. You got it, Script. I'll see you later. It was great for having you. I really enjoyed you being here as well, Script. And I look forward to seeing you again soon. And you also have a nice rest. I certainly will. You better bet. I was pretty alright with Apothecary Diaries. Indeed. And I do not remember watching the Do-Over Damsel Conquers the Dragon Emperor, but I rated it 8. Must have been fun. Then there's The Weakest Tamer Began a Journey to Pick Up Trash. That was pretty good. But that one's also not really not really a coming of age story, although it is about a kid. Is it a coming of age story? That's weird. I guess I liked the 7th time Luke the Villainess enjoys a carefree life married to her worst enemy. I enjoyed that one because it wasn't so much about but although it was a coming of age story, like that the coming of age thing was not really a big deal. It wasn't what the thing was about, right? I think the same is true of Goblin Slayer, right? Because things that have coming of age as a part of the story are not coming of age stories. They're just not, right? Like narratively, they just share nothing in common, right? They share almost nothing in common. Let's see. I enjoyed a playthrough of a certain dude's VR MMO life. That was fun. Wild Last Boss appeared. I like that one a lot. A Comet Got Killed was pretty solid. I really love Apocalypse Bringer Managra. Now this is a twisted version of a Apocalypse Bringer Managra. That is a twisted version of a coming of age story to some extent. And man, it's fucked up, bro. What is FLC? The Darkcast? I'm gonna need to ask you to stop using these freaking, abbreviations like you expect me to know what they stand for. Are you fucking for real with me right now? You cannot be serious. In which case, no, I've not seen anything by this obscene name that is frankly beyond my ability to comprehend its strangeness. So, out of all the animes I've seen, we've got a very tiny number. We've got Apocalypse, Bringer, Managra, and maybe Goblin Slayer. And mind you, the only reason I liked Goblin Slayer, let me also write down FLCL to watch, because what the fuck is what the hell kind of name is that shit? What the hell is happening? What the fuck? I got questions, man. I got questions. These would be the two. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. Got rid of those. That's nice. Okay. And we'll do that. Yeah, we can put him like that. Put this guy here. Yeah, this will be fun. And now I just need this guy. Actually, yeah, this could be fine. That's fun. I like it. Okay. Okay, you say that the roaches from the KGB or the CIA, ISTG. Okay, that's pretty funny. I am amused. That was good shit. So. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay, there we go. Up. When is it just gonna let me eat the food? There we go. Good stuff. So, yeah, I need to check something. Okay, you got it. Okay. Okay. Let's eat some more. Mm-hmm. Okay, joke. Enjoy salt. Good, good. One moment. Be right there. Give me a sec. And I will be right back. Need to open the door real quick. Give me a sec. One moment. Okie dokie. Oh, he's so pretty. Oh man, he's such a pretty little guy. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, Theo and I each got one pack.
That's nice.
And the price was different. And it's so price. That they were working in it, like his uncle really being the one who's there. Uncle ended up not going, but I feel like he's supposed to one day. Yeah, but I heard when Pokemon died. Yeah, no, I still want to. He posted on his cards. The rest of them are still at Theo's because I'm gonna bring like penny sleeves and stuff over.
Wait, what?
The other cards that we pulled.
I see.
They're still at Theo's.
Yeah, I see.
Immediately, is that able to like get to it? Yeah, it's it. He's like thinking and like things work. But we've also done a caveat to the code about the only way to find it. Because he woke up at like 7 and then woke me up. Like, right? He got so close to me and yeah, so
I'm gonna put the music on for a bit. I'm wrapping up, so I'm just gonna play some music for a bit. Google Chrome.
there y'all go. And I'll be back to wrap things up and then raid somebody pretty soon. But yes, that is what I got for now. Let me put the BRB.
Okie dokie. I have not watched any Dragon Ball Z, no Darkcast. And let's see. And, yeah. We can resume the discussion next time of, what exactly about, what do you call it? Rather, I've seen some Dragon Ball and I'm not very fond of it. Too much fluff and filler and not enough crunch. I guess, as it were. Raid. We're gonna raid Sky Breeze. Breeze. Yeah, that's who we're gonna raid. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you guys, and I hope you have a lovely evening. More filler than that makes sense, honestly. Yeah, and I believe you that it had good parts, and I'd be willing to look into like which parts of it were good and bad and shit, right? I'd be willing to possibly give that a try, and I will have a nice day. And I hope you also have a good, nice day, Darkcast. And I look forward to seeing you next time. But I will remind me to talk more about coming of age stories and why I'm not very fond of them. Because there's a lot to be said. And you got it. You better bet. You are quite welcome for stream. And I thank you for being here. I mean, I really quite appreciate it. It was a rather quite good, nice time. And have a pleasant day, Hamper Champions. And may the Eldritch Slime always look favorably upon thee. You will fail at reminding me. Understandable, understandable. In which case, let's type it down. It will simply be why coming of age be lame. Very good. Simple and good. Toodles!